欢迎来到我们的赛前采访。我们现在邀请到的是 IG 的德赛选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 IG 上单德赛。
欢迎德赛选手。那近期呢 IG 的状态是火热的，回到了上海主场，今天要迎战 FunPlus， 你觉得队伍可以做出哪些提升呢？
队友一起做到好沟通的话，我们有机会拿到胜利吧。
沟通非常的重要。那随着第二赛段的组内赛也是要接近尾声了，回顾这一个赛段，德赛选手觉得个人成长最多的会是什么呢？
沟通方面吧，还有我跟队友的关系好了挺多的。
所以要期待一个更好的 IG， 也期待你们今天的表现。现在我们邀请到的是 FunPlus 的 Share 选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FunPlus 的盛大旭。
欢迎 Share， 时隔1个多月，这一次要跟 IG 再一次交手，你觉得在这段时间当中，队伍的磨合以及战术体系搭建上，队伍在哪些方面是实现了一些进步的呢？
我觉得整体的话，就是对线期和前面的重置什么的，会比以前做得更好一点吧。但最近的话，就是状态也不是很稳定嘛，然后小龙团打得不好，所以希望我们今天能突破一下自己。
希望可以突破自我。那今天呢，你要跟 IG 的德赛选手再一次交手了。我相信上路的对决一直都是局势当中非常关键的环节，所以你对于这一次的交手会有怎样的期待呢？
就期待帅哥会玩什么进攻型的英雄吧。
期待帅哥今天会拿出什么样的英雄，我相信各位观众也是非常期待的。就让我们一同等待今天的比赛吧。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车越野图腾御电峡谷。李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，领国家补贴上京东，叠以旧换新补贴，买手机、电脑、数码4折起。我在场就是主场，莫斯利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻6边形战士来袭。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix， 上单 Sheer， 打野 Shadow， 中单 Care， 下路 Asaf， 辅助俊伟。欢迎 Invictus Gaming， 上单 The Shy， 打野杰杰，中单 Rookie， 下路 Gala， 辅助 Mako。LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第8周第2日的第1场比赛 ，FunPlus 对阵 IG 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。 全军出击！
我召唤群星，让我烤出蓬松的面包吧。 心。我召唤群星，让我烤出蓬松的面包吧！脚下的路，喷射着愤怒的烈焰。约德尔烈火的炽热斗志。 爆炸式毁容神器。黑暗降临时，就是断头。 向前！
Hello, I'm back. If you're hearing problems with the sound, it's probably on the clean feed. I'm back now though, and hopefully that can change. So if there's sound problems, that's the feed. I can't do much about that. I'm sorry, folks. Hopefully we can change things now. Have to pay extra for sound? No, I just have to be doing things in the background in the first game of the day, and sometimes we have tech issues with that. Oh, let's get back into the fight though. I've seen it's been a bit of a comeback from IG, but we'll see if they can get anything more than just that. JJ gets himself out. That's not a bad killing coming in from Gala. Sheer, currently alone in the front line, will flash out. Gala gets himself his E charge back up by getting some double taps on. Sheer getting really isolated here, and it feels like that teleport just left him completely in the lurch. FPX lose themselves their top lane and don't get anything in return. Wait, now it's gone again in terms of sound? Is sound coming and going? That's a little strange. I'm not so sure about that one, folks. Okay, if it's sound on Onivia's end, that might be on Onivia. So the way that we're streaming things today, typically what happens is I stream all 3 feeds from my PC. What we're doing for the last couple of days has been myself streaming my own personal Twitch and YouTube, and then Onivia taking on the stream for their channel, and that might lead to some other production issues. That's less important though. Then the Baron going down for IG. Don't necessarily have to worry about the engage coming through from... Hang on, that's not a great Zonius at all from Gare. Puts the equalizer over the top of the flash in. Means that Shadow steals it. The equalizer helps burn it down, and Shadow will take a well-earned prize. Baron onto 4. Kashir had respawned in time, and the stolen equalizer from Cap helps it happen. The sound is super low. Is it? Why is the sound low, though? Put up to 3. So this is the replay of that. Trying to catch up with whatever the heck is happening in this. Okay. You only hear whispers. No idea why you're hearing whispers. If it's super quiet, that's on Onivia's end. I can ask Onivia about that. Okay, Dragon now getting started up. IG just lost themselves the Baron. Will stop Soul going up to FPX. Gold is not that far apart, but IG, I mean, if they'd gotten that Baron, they'd be in a so much better place. Trying to sort out sand issues in the backline. So as far as I'm aware, this problem is on Onivia's end. Look, if the audio is a problem, that is not a me thing. That is an Onivia thing. I've asked Onivia about that. However, I don't have control over that on Onivia, so I don't have control over that. I'll have to wait until Onivia can fix that. Do I think IG can come back? Well, they definitely have enough power in the items on the Lucian to make things interesting. Lucian Nami is a pretty good combo later. Onivia should have fixed the audio by now, so hopefully that's changed things. Care pushing in that mid lane, using that Baron buff to good value. Rookie could flash forward for a stun onto Care, but he does have a little bit of mobility left with his own flash too, and the Zhonya's. 2 turrets fall. Inhibitor in mid lane. Inhibitor turret in mid lane, rather. In the bot lane inner. Teleport in. Shy does have decently powered ultimate to throw at them with a level 16, 2.5 items. Gala trying to clear out as best he can. FPX stealing this Baron major. Well, just win them this game. If IG had cleanly gotten that Baron, I think that's their. I think this is their game. The fact that Shadow is allowed to get into the pit, Care putting that equalizer on top of it changes everything. Here is some German wisdom. Ich bin. Yeah, I think therefore I am sometimes. GG. Trying to dash forward and get something down. Just trying to push in both waves at once. FPX do so, and they get themselves the mid inhibitor. Baron buff largely very successful here for FPX. They only lose the dragon, which is now up in 3 minutes. They'd have another chance at Infernal Soul. Yeah, takes the top scuttle. Uses up the Shinzo ultimate. Must have been timing out. The ultimate switch, you can steal. Not the best. You know what, weirdly enough, Tidal Wave has actually got a pretty good AP ratio and very good fight functionality. The slow across the team fight can be very, very good. The best ones being the Shinzo ultimate and the Equalizer, really. The Equalizer, less good when you don't have a burn item, you don't build the... Is Tibbers not great as a still? You don't get any passive importance. You don't get the stun with it. It's not bad, but it's not really the top tier, which is why you often see. Okay, bubble misses. JJ caught out a little bit. We need to throw that ultimate Care into the backline. Steals the Nami ultimate. We did say that can be particularly important, and that is actually not a bad AP wave. Cullen comes back through. Cat goes into the Zhonya's. Can he survive afterwards? Gala, it is all on you. Get the kill into the Silas. That's the clone going down as well as we continue the fight.
Flash on forward from Gala there was phenomenal. Turnaround potentially going through as Asuma's looking to get some damage done on the Callista. Sheer trying to frontline on the other side. Reset from Shadow, who does try and have that Grand Starfall for the reset if he can get back. But interrupting, has to back away. Gala shielded again. Hops on forward. Another Ardent Blaze. The speed up there won't keep chasing. Ends up being the 1 for 2. But importantly, jungle is down. There isn't at least a smite to be needed right now.
Yeah, in 50 seconds, we can have that conversation again. Care has teleports and would be able to make it in for what would be an Infernal Soul fight. Reminder, folks, important series here for IG. Less so for FPX, because FPX are, already locked out of playoffs. No, not locked out of playoffs, but locked out of, like, the instant qualification into it. If IG win this series, they're in a good shot. That's a fantastic equalizer. That is a wonderful equalizer. Oh, it's fantastic. IG are fighting for a top 4 lock. It is between them and BLG now. JDG locked it just the other day. And the top 4 immediately go to playoffs. No kind of play-in bracket required for that.
That'll be the idea. In the river, go FPX. They can go again. They are at Soul Point. Important pickup for them here. 4K up, but again, the scaling gets a little bit dicey here with Gala starting to get to a very scary spot. We already saw what that equalizer could do in the last fight. All that Care had some flashy moments there. Can get quite scary. Shadow just reset. Has the Grand Starfall. Will be forced to join it. I'm assuming that was to pick up the Guardian Angel. Decimating smash used by Sheer. Looks to go on forwards with the ult. In comes that Grand Starfall. It's on top of the Shy, but he's knocked up his Shadow. But it's 3 Talon Strike. Stolen Shinzo ult. Pop Blossom to the backside. He's out for the count. So is Mako. This fight is a disaster. The Shy on the other side, though, running at Assume. Does so much work on that Rumble. Signal 2v2. He's gone the duck just shy. Electro Harpoon lands again. And the Shy holds the line at the back end of the play. The problem is, though, jungle's not there. They can go back to the Dragon.
Yeah, FPX, if they get this, they get the soul as well. So even if IG steal it, it's not necessarily the game-winning objective for them. FPX have the advantage here. Silence trying to hang around the corner. JJ being alive could change everything. Ultimate stolen, but it won. That's the sucky one. If that hits, probably Sheer could follow up with that ultimate and potentially kill. That's a big miss from Cat.
Can you tell that Care really hasn't played that much Rumble? All the while, though, back towards Dragon we go again. Teleport in. IG on it. Starting up. Reset from Care has the teleport, but I think they're just giving it up. They can't get here in time.
And IG will get themselves that Dragon. Third Dragon now apiece. IG dragging this to the late game. FPX have had the lead for the grand majority of this game. Really helped out with the fact that there was that Baron steal earlier where IG started to make their comeback. It kind of means that IG will have to do a double comeback, really. They have largely played better around objectives. I think largely coming into the late game, they've team fought better too. Gala getting to this point of power is so scary now for FPX. Sheer is not necessarily going to be invincible. They are going to start up onto the Baron. They do have the Rend. Less impactful Rend because they don't get as many spears from the lethality Callista. The startup all the same. How good will this equalizer be?
Said it before in the LPL, I'll say it again. We go again. The Baron fight commences. Shadow secures it with the smite. Care goes golden, but the turnaround play as they go into the backside with Dway, trying to get some time. They'll lose Sheer at the back end of it alongside Care, but Baron is still secured, and that'll have to do.
FPX losing to... This could actually end the game. Folks, this could end the game. 50 seconds? IG should be looking for a fight right now. They have Flash on Rookie, only a couple of people alive on FPX. I think even against the Baron buff, IG could look for an end here.
They've got 5 members. They are shoving. How exactly will FPX manage the lack of wave clear? The front line's not there. Got 30 seconds to wait. You may well be right there. They're not going to keep going, though, because the minions have largely died. Potential TP angle in for the Shy if he looks to reset, who instead steps forward, tries to get some value as Dway uses that rocket belt as an option to help clear the way. He's going to try and hunt for something more. Equalizer down. Doesn't get the biggest tag for a second until Shadow gets stuck on it for a little longer than everyone else.
Okay, so IG not able to finish the game, which I thought they actually could do, especially with Rookie Flash. You got to be careful of that. But this is one of the bonuses of the build, which Assume has gone for. Heavy Madra exists with the more of Mile Mortius, has got the spell shield, and largely staying at Q range, not auto range, because your lethality Callista. It's the reason he went for this build. Going back to the actual Baron fight itself. Well, this is a bit of a rear guard action. You're looking to get out with the Rend, and then hopefully just get yourself the Baron and out. You're not looking for a big fight afterwards. I think the Tidal Wave actually does a very good job to make sure that it's not just Sheer dying for this, it's Care as well. If Care can get out and it's a 4-man defense, I don't think you lose the inhibitor even. I think you can defend well enough. And the fact that they kill both solo laners, very crucial here for IG to give themselves some silver lining for the Baron. 2.5 minutes now until the Dragon.
What can you do with this Baron? Of course, you already had that slight awkwardness of having your 2 solo laners dead in an important moment. Equalizer used around the Rev buff. Sheer is the one caught out a little bit. Will ult away, and the Blast Cone from Shadow keeps him safe. That's a couple big ultimates traded on both sides. No unstoppable force. No unstoppable onslaught. Unstoppable force would be the Malphite ult. Not important not to get those two confused. However, it is throwing yourself bodily at the opponents at various different speeds and distances. The Equalizer was also traded, and I'll move off from random ultimate names.
So we're into the hyper late game now, folks. It is getting up towards 70,000 gold. We have potential soul on the table for either team because we've had a 6-dragon game. We've missed a bit of a quiet early game, Sam, as we were studying German. And God, I hate dative verbs. They are painful to me, Sam.
We're skipping ahead to B1 stuff.
Sam, it is
hard.
Sam, it was painful. It was.
Ich
habe Kopfschmerz. Gala currently alone in mid lane. Right, by the way, on the other side, Dway has himself the Nico, which has been almost permabanned away from him.
Yeah, he's been very good on
Very
this.
rarely do people give him the Nico. That being said, the last series they also got it too, and they failed to win with it, sadly. FPX have been on a slump. This team, much like Team WE, found themselves a burst of form at some points, and then they've kind of plateaued afterwards. It is very hard as a team when you've got the underdog story, when potentially you don't have that same kind of individual star power compared to, you know, the top tier teams or whatever, to really get beyond those plateaus. And I think FPX, these kind of games, you can see that. You can see that actually, well, they can have good fights, but closing the game, that's a hard one. Okay, now you get into the hyper late game. You don't necessarily have those kind of just brawl, that raw brawn in brawling team fights to overcome a team like IG, even if you take them down early.
Be pretty tricky. GA, as we said, now done for Gala. It's going to be a lot harder to manage. Rookie's also got the stasis, the shy. Very scary himself. Got himself Riftmaker and a few other things. Did go looking there to see if we can get some value out of the stun. Care. Loses about 20% of his HP just incidentally. Looking for this tier 1 bot tide. Look, he's still standing all this while. Shear's gone in. Bomb Blossom from Dway. Dodged away from by Maker. Flash on out. In comes the Grand Starfall. They've turned it all around. Trying is assumed to get some value, but again, it's a lethality Callista. You're not there for consistent damage, and Rookie doesn't give a damn. He does give the ability to throw some fires of hell out, though. Eat sulfur, baby, is sheer. Hit with the wind becomes lightning. It is absolutely apocalyptic out here as wind, lightning, and fire makes it look like September, the 21st night thereof.
Oh, it is. It's not the Phoenix Fire. It's the Brimstone and Sulfur. IG march towards the Nexus. They're dragged to hell and back, but IG will end up coming back in this game, not once, but twice to win game 1.
That is a hell of an end game. Either way, it's Invictus Gaming who brawl their way there. FPX had their moments, had their opportunities, but couldn't clutch it out when it mattered the most. And in the end, the scaling proved a little too difficult to overcome.
IG somehow win that game. It took not just one, but multiple comebacks in that game. They had a Baron. They were almost back into it, and then they got a Baron stolen away from them. Typically, JJ has been the Smite King. However, not to be... I need to go reactivate a camera again, Sam, because I did that thing where I deactivated. Hello, everyone. How's it going? We're back. And if you can't hear us, we've done everything we can do on our end, and we're waiting for an ear a little bit on that.
Oh, so just checking. Twitch, you can hear us.
Twitch can... Yeah, Sam, as far as I can tell, Twitch can hear us. Mara on our own YouTube can hear us. It's only Anivia which is having the tech issues right now, so...
Can we do charades with Anivia?
We can try that. We can power up like a help.
Okay.
Hilfe.
Okay. 2 words. Movie. Okay.
That's great. Is that... Sam, Well, yeah, look, but Twitch is just going to be able to answer that. Anyway, folks, thank you for joining us here. We stream LPL every day on this channel. IG sure know how to make a series entertaining? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. A very entertaining team.
That's about this. See?
I need to change the audio on our side as well, a little bit. Okay, this is how hard it is to play as Lucian Nami to win versus weak teams. I actually do think that Lucian Nami is a very strong bot lane right now. Yo, so the audio on Onivia is just super quiet. Okay, all right, that's good to know.
Right, we don't have milk in, do we?
No.
Do you want me to run and get lattes?
Yes, please.
Done. Back in a second or two. Titanic, you're right. And I will always love League of Legends, guys. That's what I'll always love. What do you think I was going to say? Ye nerds. 2 British lads suddenly appear on my Chinese broadcast. That was that. Sorry about that.
That's the one.
You're right, boss.
Lies Nymaera because you weren't on this weekend. Okay, true. I mean, sure. Yeah, okay, we're not live every day then.
We're live nearly every day.
We're live nearly every day.
Every day,
Sorry.
asterisk, and then for a relative, within rounding errors.
Okay, what do you think of Uzi in the Hall of Fame ahead of Bengi or Mako? So, I think that Uzi is one of the most inspiring players within League of Legends. I think that he, he's the player that broke the Korean era of dominance in 2018 MSI. And I think that he is one of the most inspiring players ever to play the game. I think that if you go back to... I think a lot of people who have only been around for the last few years, who only watched since, I don't know, 2022, and kind of like the modern era of T1 dominance and blah, blah, blah. I say T1 dominance. I mean, yeah, no, I guess it counts because they won 2 worlds, right? Well, no, that's not true. Out of all of the international tournaments, they've won, what, 2 worlds and nothing else, right? Why not Deft? I think Deft will be on the list at some point. I think he definitely will be. I think that Deft would probably be what I would say for 3rd or 4th inductee to Hall of Fame. What they probably want to do is spread things around they probably want to spread things around different regions, right? Don't think WSD movement is coming to normal League of Legends, just been added to a future game mode. That's what I assumed that was the case, but if they have the functionality, perhaps it will be added in later. I'm not against Bengi, by the way, I just don't understand the logic. Bengi... this is the problem with what they're doing with the Hall of Fame. They want people who are still relevant to the current fan base, and Bengi isn't, even though he is one of my heroes in League, right? He's not really relevant to a lot of... Look, if people only started watching since the Z08 FGK roster, they won't even know who Bengi is, really, besides him, coaching the team. They won't really know his crazy achievements across League history, especially compared to a lot of people's assumed value of him. Oh, it's fixed now? Good stuff, cool. Okay, well, audio should be fixed now, Nonivia. Sorry for the issues there, folks. Hope it's now fine. Cool. Well, this is the Baron steal, which made the game very interesting. Oh, FPX. I don't know. I think that this game was very hard for them to win in late game because the Kalista just... Oh, God, he hopped into the equalizer. I didn't even realize that there. I assume he actually hopped into the equalizer at the end there, by the way. Oopsies. 1-1 or 2-0. I mean, IG are clearly a better team than FPX. Clearly. Uzi was doing what most ADCs are still not able to do now. That's how skilled he was. He kind of showed the mechanical skill cap of how to play out fights and stuff like Vayne. He's by far the best Vayne player ever. And an absolute icon, right? Ex-Peke? I mean, this is the thing, right? There are plenty of people who... Like, in my version of the Hall of Fame, you honor the pioneers, you honor the people who came first in League, right? So, yeah, I mean... I would go back to people like Diamond Prox, and to Flame, to Madlife, Dade, Pawn. Of course, Deft would be in there too. But I'd be thinking about the, the Season 2 players and the Season 3 players that really kind of brought the game to life in a pioneer way. Who would be my NA pick? It has to be Doublelift, right? Doublelift would have to be in there. Doublelift at some point would have to be in there. I think that that's a worthy pick. At some point, that should be considered. I think for EU, it gets a little bit stranger, right? Because, I mean, a lot of the players you'd want to put in are still around. I mean, for me, I'd love to get a Froggen skin. I'd love to get like a Froggen Anivia skin or something like that. But realistically, do you need to put in... Or something like Soaz as well, maybe, actually? Who's our MVP? Ah, the Shy. I mean, he was an awesome Rumble that game. Dyrus should be considered, if only for his pillow. Damn. That's a name.
I'm guessing it'll be a Western player next year. I mean, it depends. You know, maybe you do have to put someone like Deft instead. I mean, realistically, would a Western player be the best investment money-wise for it? Would it feel like Xpeke and Reckless have to be up there, surely? Yeah, I think so, but I think also you have to consider some like caps and perks as well for the MSI win and the continued level of form. Reckless has never won an international title, right? Peke is better for like his innovation, but yeah, Reckless has been playing for a very long time, right? And obviously he's internationally famous too. Reckless never won Worlds. He wasn't on the Fnatic Worlds winning roster. Oh, hang on, sorry. Yeah, technically he was on the T1 roster, wasn't he? His name is actually on the Summoners Cup. You're right. Yeah, I actually forgot about that. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh, it was very funny in terms of like the Coma being asked, well, why did you bring Reckless as your sub? And it was literally just we needed to have a substitute. He wasn't even mincing it. It was just like we needed one. It was actually kind of mean. Oh god. Mako should be next for China Hall of Fame. I think Mako absolutely deserves it. I think he's in the shortlist for best player, best support player of all time. They should just copy the NFL format to get into the Hall of Fame. You must be voted in by who? By other Hall of Fame players. That makes sense, I suppose, but then yeah, that does make sense to a degree, but we don't have enough people in the Hall of Fame right now to make that a viable strategy, right? Who have I got for the map 2? I mean, it has to be IG, right? FPX got ahead in that game. They got pretty far ahead in that game and they couldn't close it out, and that's with some of their comfort picks too, like Joyce, Nico, which is typically banned away from them, which is a problem if you can't win from that, right? Okay, we can do some words on stream. So, for those of you who are newer into the stream and stuff, this is the thing which you can either play on your mobile or in Twitch chats. This won't apply if you're on the YouTube chats and stuff like that, but it's just a nice thing to keep you all entertained while we're on break as well, because I got to do some stuff in the background because I didn't get to prepare everything before we got into our games. Let's start this up. Miracul's level 25, folks. Let's see what we got. Alright, I'll leave you with this. I'm going to turn my camera off just for a little bit. And yeah, so you just figure out the words Scrabble style on the screen. You can use the QR code to open that. Actually, I should put this over here, shouldn't I? Hey, 1 second. I think the Hall of Fame should really be about the pioneers and the people who came first, honestly, in my eyes. Oh, if I can leave that up there anyway.
我感觉杰杰现在状态也是很好，然后就是我感觉他现在玩的 C 位玩的多一点，然后现在他应该也算个输出担当吧，所以我觉得我们要去限制他的输出能力。对杰杰说，就是我经常被称名为水鬼，所以我不会让你们拿到第4名的。我感觉，我希望我们队伍能以胜利的方式收尾吧，然后我也希望我们能速速的调整好我们的状态，来迎接骑士之路。
Okay. We can do one more round of this before we have to get into the next game.
那把被零封的那把吧，就觉得很窒息，一点还手的机会都没有。就也是那把之后就认。
Oh, we need to run some pre-roll adverts as well. So I've got to do pre-roll adverts for Twitch, and then hopefully we'll be fine.
在之前的一段时间内，接连战胜了很多强队，并且他们的状态保持到现在还是蛮不错的。 得益于他们的辅助选手总是能找到非常漂亮的开团时机吧，所以我们面对他可能要多加针对俊伟这个选手。
Move to the other side. Turn that on. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So reminder folks, IG with a win here, they keep their hopes of top 4 alive. They do have one, I say alive, like if they lose this and BLG win the second series of the day, then BLG secure top 4 over them. If they both win, then it'll come down to a deciding game tomorrow when IG face BLG. Could do one more, I guess. So yeah, today we have, obviously, FPX versus IG, top Esports versus BLG later. Tomorrow we have JDG versus Anyone's Legend, incredibly cool matchup. And then we have IG versus BLG as well. That could be a decider. That could be an absolute decider, that one. And then our last day, not that impactful, really. Not really. Well, I guess it is to a certain extent. I mean, what is it? No, it's not really impactful. I guess there's, if WE beat Weibo, they can leapfrog them. That's the one thing that they're playing for. So besides that, not that much to play for. Yeah, it looks like G is fake on the thing. Tomorrow is also Genji H-Lee. Ooh, Genji H-Lee is so good. But also, tomorrow's games in LPL are so banging. JDG, AL, IG, BLG, those are insane. Those are insane. Wait, there's a promotion on Twitch right now where if you buy 2 gift subs, you get a free trial to Crunchyroll. Damn. Okay. Oh, tomorrow is such a good day for games, actually, thinking about it. And I'm not going to be here for most of them, because I've got LEC planning that day. Okay, right. Now, I wait for Sam to get back with coffee. And, we wait for the next game. Well, that's the music. Time to dance. Okay, so first game. 2 of our early game junglers are out. Now with Vi and Nefiri out. Potentially unlock something more like a Lilia angle. I'm trying to think actually what these 2 really... use it for each other. Gwen out. Normally that would mean with Gwen and Rumble out, you could play more towards tank top laners because they tend to be your anti-tank top lane picks. Guess you could go towards something like a Shen. A lot of our lower place teams are really liking playing tank top laners right now. York is the other anti-tank option that's locked in. So now the Shy can't go for a tank. He has no Jace into it. Normally he's played stuff like the Nidalee top into it, but that's been working less good recently. I say recently, he's not played it that much recently. So what do you pick into that? Yorick first pick. I mean, Nidalee or Renekton, both pretty okay here for the Shy. Jeja, I'm not really sure about the Skarner pick. I guess Skarner is one of the last remaining early game powerhouses in the jungle left up for the top tier. I would have liked to see something more like a Lilia. And it's the Jax for the Shy? Okay. Has he played a game of that this split? He hasn't. This is his first Jax game. Into the Yorick. We've seen Arla do really well in this matchup. But I don't think this is a winning matchup for the Jax. I think it's a consolation matchup where, you know, you get a bit beat up, but you can still, you know, get value out of it. Lane dominance for Assume Jway. Decent wave clear for MF2. So now I think the idea is MF and Alistar stay very safe in mid lane, and Yorick tries to win the side lane. You'd really like to have a global to go on his head. You could go for something like, I mean, you could go for Ryze now for Care. Even though I don't necessarily think that's his best champion. Go towards the Orianna, and now Ryze is pretty bad into Orianna too. It's good wave clear for Rookie. You have some wombo combo alongside the Skarner where you kind of get that wall stun, get a multi-impale if you can, get the shockwave. Unless Jax jungle and Scorpion top because reasons, I don't think we're going to see Skarner top again in this meta. He's been nerfed too much really for that role, I think. I don't know about his items really nowadays. The Shy has tech in this matchup. Look, if he has some tech, then I'd like to see it. Lilia banned away from Shadow. Did say that's potential big pick for them. They need some magic damage heavily from somewhere. Did say that the Ryze could be quite important for them for global reasons. Also very good into the Jax, because the Jax can't counter-strike any of Ryze's stuff, really. And the Ryze is banned away. That was the obvious choice. Even though the Orianna would have been fine in lane, just means that the Ryze can't do bad things in side lanes to you. Could ban away Jhin from Gala in terms of lane dominant picks and long range fire support. Ezreal already gone. Ban away the Braum, really? Okay. I mean, it's okay into the Alistar. I guess it's decent into the bullet time, but I didn't think it would be that fantastic. You still beat it in lane. Is there a Kai'Sa angle for Gala? Rakan hides your AD carry pick a little later. I mean, Milio is really good into Alistar. Milio is really good into Alistar. You do have some engage already from Jackson, from Skarner. Let's overload it though. It's another way to get into the backline. It's a good cancel. Rakan, typically quite good versus Alistar too, because if you hit him with a Q, your healing just outvalues most of what Alistar can do across the kind of like laning phase trades. Kali now logs in for Care. Wait, how many games of that has he played? Can't play many. He's only played the one. He lost on it. And the Sejuani comes in. It's a melee synergy now with the Sejuani. You only have, I don't know, FPX. You have a bullet time to play around and Yorick cleanup. Like Yorick Akali cleanup. You have no damage. You have no consistent damage. If you don't get your initial burst, things fall apart. And with the Xayah coming in, that becomes much harder. That becomes much harder, actually. I can. Hey, Angie, good to see you. I was wondering if that would be something like the Kai'Sa, but the Xayah very good disengage into this comp. Can have some issues with the Yorick, because you can't fly out to the cage with your ult. You know, eventually, I thought at one point your ult could allow you to cross walls. Obviously, that's not the case. It hasn't been for many years, but... Okay, so FPX, I think it's a very hard composition to play. I think it's a very hard composition to play. Much like we saw yesterday from Leave and NIP, if you're the one damage source, in this case, I guess the Misfortune, all you have to do is kill a Misfortune, or also in this case, survive the ultimate. And then it's very hard for FPX to find the follow-up damage. They don't have a consistent damage source. Now, your Yorick can be, but it's quite hard to get that damage down. Your Kali isn't. Kali needs too many cooldowns. So I think IG walk away with a better composition for me. I think they're higher range. I think that they still have enough engage, and they have good disengage to survive the combo too. So, IG, they've got themselves the upper hand in that one. Let's get ourselves into game. See whether that comes into reality on the Rift. Akali can only kill Ori on that team. Occasionally the Xayah as well, but it's going to be a hard fought match.
IG, I think, walk away with a winning draft. And FPX in a slump on a plateau, struggling to find form, and IG not making it any easier for them. FPX got ahead last game, but FPX couldn't clutch it out. IG walked away with a number of comebacks in the same game to bring them to 1-0. Let's see if they can finish it off.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
They're matching? Wait, which skins are these? Oh, they're using the Cosmic Dawn and the, Is it Cosmic... Is it Radiant Dawn? I can't remember. I know what they look like. I actually can't remember the name of that skin. Interested to see how top lane goes. I mean, the Shy did lock in the Jax into the Auric, which is a bit of a constellation matchup. Radiant Dawn is a Fire Emblem game? Right, okay. Cosmic Dawn and Cosmic Dust. I knew it was Cosmic something. I just didn't know what the other one was. Sire. Oh, do we have delayed sound? Might have to sort that out. Okay, folks, this is not that. I just wanted to let you know the screen will go black for 1 second. Wait, no. God, I gotta wait to see if there's level 1 now. Okay, we should be fine. Okay, I'm gonna very quickly press this just so we get the audio resynced. It's all fine. It'll restart now. Ah, there you go. Means that the sound's more on the right thing. So it's not delayed. These are the tech issues which we've learned how to deal with over time. Don't panic. Nope, no one panic. No one allowed to. The Zyra, of course, a little low range to contest some of the early waves compared to the end Misfortune has that double up. Oh, a headbutt into the wall. Mako not positioning well there. Mako hits the Q, waiting for that to come off, and does. It ends up having very good discipline on the summoners, meaning it is actually just an ignite for the chunk. No summoners used on IG. They do have the heal on Mako. Level 2 hit by Joy and Assume. Not great positioning there by Mako. You need to be very careful with that. Headbutt into the wall's nasty. That Q is important. That healing is very important. You know, it means that the burst combo not likely now to come in from Assume and Joy, especially since they're under turret, would have been unlikely anyway. JJ rolling across the rift. Rolling, and what? Okay. Let's hope he's more limp than a biscuit. Or no, less limp than a biscuit. Yeah. That's the one. Being limp is, I don't know, typically a bad thing when you're looking to hit people. Good farm collection by Gala and Mako, at least. Still behind in the laning phase. Rookie doing very well in mid lane. Rookie's Orianna, something that he's played since the start of his career. Very successfully, might I add. You've heard of Limp Bizkit. Now get ready for Flaccid Pancake. Thank you for that one, Pintius. That's a good one. Level 3 hit. Flash in. Gala doesn't flash away in time. Does have barrier. Can get the root back. And does so. Oh, the knockup misses from Mako. Very nearly a double knockup. Wait. No flash now. That's 3 summoners burned. And Shadow gets to go topside as well. Shy flashes out of that Q. And we'll be safe. I think the Shy, assuming that there was a hard trade on bot side, thought that, okay, well, bot lane's trading hard. Surely their jungler's there. Obviously not the case. Assume and Joy doing that by themselves. Maybe thought JJ was a little closer as well. Again, not to be the case. Aftershock into the wall. Shadow happy to trade back. That Permafrost passive does a lot of work. Actually uses the Q for that. That's a long cooldown. I actually wonder whether the Shadow's gone a little too far there now. Doesn't have the passive there again. No flash from the Shy to confirm the stun. He uses Q in. Care comes over. First roam from the mid lane of FPX. Gets them their first kill. Sheer does have flash. Might be forced to use it, actually. Good Q for the healing away. That's a lot of summoners used for this now. Care has no flash. Rookie looking to clean up something. Has enough mana for 1 Q. JJ has to flash out. Does Rookie. Now everyone's used their summoners that he misses. And FPX, I don't know if they have the cooldowns right now to deal with it, but they'll be coming up shortly. Because IG, well, they don't have anywhere to go. Sheer. Needs to be a little careful. I mean, all of them need to be a little careful. Shadow's Q's coming back up. If that connects, I think that's kill. Doesn't connect there. W doesn't hit there either. Rookie gets a double Q. W, that's 1 kill. But Care comes back. He has energy. He doesn't have to worry about this stuff. And he has double buffs too. It'll end up being a 3-for-1 in topside. As the Shy goes a little too deep at first, and Care got the first run. I mean, that is just that is just pure IG-isms. Why do you think you could walk away with that? Why do you think that? There's a 3-kill Akali on the other side now. How are you going to play League of Legends into that? Ugh. Questions upon questions. Care, double buffs, roam across them. Oh, don't tell me he's going to go bully out JJ. There is no jungle down here just yet. Shadow is coming down. Cat using this push in the wave to get some extra information. We'll spot the Gromp going down. Shadow will take the Scuttle Crab uncontested. Shadow coming around the back of bot side. I think I'll need to be a little careful. There's no flash on Galt. They'll be safe for now. Well, that's a problem for IG. If, much like Derby yesterday, if the Akali gets fed, can start pulling off some of those montage plays. Of course, yesterday it didn't end up leading to a win for Derby, and it might not here either for FPX. Step 1 is done. Not exactly sure if they're ready for the other steps just yet. IG playing as though they get paid per game. Jesus, man. Gotta go to 3 every series, baby. Jodo gets that Scryer's Orb to get some vision control on bot side. At least confirm there are no wards in Tribrush, etc. I have a fun fact. Hang on a second. Trade there. Rookie did have ultimate. I was wondering whether he was going to pull it. In fact, he probably still can. No level 6 for Care because he dropped a little bit of XP on roaming. He needs to be careful here now, though, actually. Because he has no flash, and Shadow could have been hanging on either side of mid lane brush. Just safely clears out the wave. I have a fun fact about etc. and the like. I don't think it's actually strictly about etc. It's about other stuff. The Shy will get himself a plate. The Shy doesn't have flash. He has a ward. Needs to not get cancelled out of this. Needs to be careful. And will just about get over that wall. Again, Baus, if you'd like to find your kindred here in pro play. The Shy is it. There are many such reasons as for why Cadril picked up a player very similar to his favorite player in pro. Shadow still on top side. The Shy quite low HP now, actually, because Shadow got a very good trade onto him. He does have... he has level 6. That's quite likely an ult coming over the wall. Level 7 hit by Shy, which will give him some extra HP. There's no flash from Shadow. Counter-strike used. That's a problem. Does have the ultimate still. Rookie's up here, though. And Flash has come back up for the Shy. Commits the Grandmaster's might. Actually, Rookie by roaming here. Serving as a second jungler for his team. Will save his top laner. This is why Rookie has always been good with the Shy. Rookie's actually quite good at noticing the needs of his other lanes. He's often played like a second jungler. Now, in this case, might end up losing bits and pieces in the mid wave. But IG have responded as a team. Ain't that clever? Because normally you'd expect, well, Rookie needs to pick up that mid wave. Well, no, not in this case. Actually, what you can do is you can keep Rookie in top side. The Shy can recall, go bot side instead. He doesn't have the teleport just yet, so they will lose one wave. The grand total of this is still one wave loss, and it will be for the Shy losing that wave. But at least there's no death from the Shy. 3 grubs will go over to the side of FPX. But still, hey, it's worth highlighting these things. It's nice to praise teams when they figure out lane assignments and stuff like that. Now, the end goal is effectively, okay, how much farm is it possible to pick up across the map? And then trying to allocate it to as best as possible to the people that need it. Rookie doesn't have flash. So is anyone going to roam up to him to save him? Because, I mean, you need to teleport now. Now. Shockwave comes in. So they're just letting him die. Rookie goes down. It's actually Shadow which picks it up. The Shy didn't want to teleport into it. 3 grubs for FPX will help them take a plate down on top side as well. Rookie doesn't have teleport. I guess IG didn't want to commit the teleport and potentially lose the play anyway. They are pushing in mid lane. FPX committed just the Akali and the Alistar ults to their top dives. They still have Sejuani ult if they want to make a play elsewhere. Now, Jax is teleporting to top side. As Rookie goes towards bot side, allowed them to pick up an extra wave for that cannon. So they lose less than they could have done, I suppose, but that's the thing. Oh, he misses the minion there because there was a plant. Die Pflanze. JJ goes towards bot side in the Krugs. JJ and the Krugs, a band coming to a blues bar near you. JJ and the Krugs, we play rock and roll. 29.8 IGFM. Do you reckon we could make a radio station out of League of Legends teams? I think it'd be great. IG would just be
just like, I don't know, it'd be like breakcore or something. What genre would IG be? It'd be pretty chaotic. A team like Anyone's Legend, it has to be something like mathcore or something like really complex sounding, you know? Occasionally, IG's radio would just interrupt its broadcast of like heavy metal to just introduce like the clown car songs. IG just okay, it's playing like it'll play like, you know, like all of like your radio bangers. It'll be playing like, you know, yeah, it'll be playing like, I don't know, something like Breaking Benjamin or something, and just occasionally we have to interrupt this broadcast as it just something goes off the rails for IG. Grunge mixed with punk pop. I mean, I love those genres. I'm a big fan. The Shy actually doing quite well in this individual matchup, by the way. Gets a good trade onto the Sheer again. There's only one of him, and there seems soon to be none of him, actually. Jeja comes through. Has an extra bit of damage. The Shy picks up the kill, importantly so. Cat goes in towards bot side. But Mako's here to protect that side of the map. Now, the problem is there is an Alistair and a Sejuani behind the tower. Rookie, can he shockwave the wave? He shockwaves most of the wave, and will we get to pick up a lot of that? Flashes out of the combo, and Mako with the quickness gets a great amount of CC. Dway is tanking the tower with his ultimate, but one more tower shot might kill him anyway, and indeed it will. Kill goes down. Fantastic delaying work coming through from Mako. Assumes that play, flashing into the play, and 2 go down. Scarlet used that flash already. Can't quite get Shadow, as it still will be a 2-for-1, all things said and done. I don't think there's any extra kills. Scarlet not going to take enough damage from that. Sheer has teleported in, though, and has flash, so he can flash wall for a Dark Procession if he wants. The Morning Mists don't connect. Still think they could have connected with the the Dark Procession to kill the Xayah there. So it ends up being a 2-for-1. Initially, I thought that was a great delaying play by IG. FPX call down, assume to finish off that play, though. And they do get the best of it. What happens during the rest? I guess in the global sense, the Shy still gets a kill before that. He's ahead in the Jax matchup. 1,000 gold ahead, by the way. Doing really well there. So initially, he lands. Just comboed on top by Mako. He gets good defensive play. Kev still manages to get half of the HP from Rookie here, which makes this seemingly a very winning play. You have the Alistair to attack the turret. Flashes for the easier combo onto Rookie, but his reactions are good. Mako blocks out the Sejuani Q, importantly there too. This is really well played from Mako. Shadow still, though. Good enough damage with the W2. The base damage of Sejuani early game are actually very, very high, which allows the option for Assume to clean up. And sadly, Gala can't quite get one back. On the other side, Cad doesn't have flash, does have ult. Might need to use that to get out of the play. Hits him with a Q. Doesn't have to use that. So his ultimate. Good value there. The Shy, as we said, 1,000 gold ahead. Actually, he's doing very, very well with the Triforce Power Spike. Absolutely mullers Sheer there by popping the Grandmaster's Might. Is on the weak side, needs to be a little careful. Assume doesn't have a bullet time to chase onto Gala after this point, so while Gala loses the trade, he won't die to it. Bloodthirster for Assume makes things pretty difficult too. Hang on a second. Jeja does have flash and ultimate. Trade for ult to Gala. That is what we call cooldown economy. Trying to blow that longer cooldown of that Xayah ultimate to make sure there's a use for it later. Now there's no Xayah ultimate for something like the bullet time, and Gala must be very, very careful for the upcoming dragon fights. More important, I think, for IG to lose the Xayah ultimate rather than Sejuani lose her ultimate. It will give them an easier inroad towards the dragon. Cooldown economy, folks. IG is System of a Down, maybe. I was quite annoyed recently when Serge Tankian started promoting AI stuff. I would have thought him, of all people, would have known the negatives of that. But hey, whatever. Not my favorite. Someone check Nymaera's coffee for alcohol today? Yep. Yeah. Well, hey, I actually don't drink. I don't drink. I learned that mistake many years ago for myself. It is not good for me. Yeah, not the best thing from Surge, really. I hope he backtracks on that. Sheer is still 1,000 gold behind, trying to pick up a wave here. Mako coming down, does miss with the W, but does hit with the quickness because it's really hard to avoid that. And Sheer goes down with it. Teleport in towards that bot side now from Rookie to confirm it. Be a Demolish used on tower. Is that going to be first turret taken as well? Looks like. So FPX not able to get that part towards their feats of strength. I'm based. Nice. I live by, you know, I live for the approval of my audience, you know.
should really stop referencing Disturbed morally. They have not been in a very good state for a while. Oh well. I'm allowed one as a mistake, I guess. Right, Rookie has himself the Seraph's Embrace. Getting towards the... Oh, Archangel Staff going towards the Seraph's Embrace. Wait, if I'm base, does that mean everyone else can just channel recall and join? Yeah, exactly. If you just, like, learn how to teleport, you can join me, you know? Herald's now available on the top side of the map. So, this would be feats of strength for FPX. Not that I think that's necessarily a game-winning thing nowadays or anything close to it. Might be an engage over the wall. Maker doesn't have flash. That's a great double combo. The stack from the bot lane is way too vulnerable. Should never walk up like that when you're approaching Fog of War. Gala and Maker should know a little better. Great instant pop over the wall to get that engage. Shy getting very good value out of this top lane matchup, though. Teleporting away from top lane now, realizing he's on the... Oh, careful, Samuel spilled that in the chat. Oh, that's some nice coffee. God, that's some nice coffee. Good coffee today. There's a place near us called the Blue Bean, which is damn good for coffee. If you're ever in Friedrichshain, look, Herald's taken, that's important. But if you want really good coffee, go to the Blau Burner in Friedrichshain. It is the best coffee I've maybe ever had. So, hang on a sec. They pinged the wall going down. Don't stack up together. No, I don't care about walking over it. I care about both of them walking over it at the same goddamn time. My dudes, that is not how you win League of Legends.
Wow. That is not great. And I'm not looking at Care. 6-0 into 8 stacks on this dark ceiling going. This could be a very unfun game. To be someone like an Orianna in a side lane. Hell, the Jax isn't going to enjoy this. The Xayah without ult is going to have a bad time. And that's without talking about the fact you've got the Yorick Wink on.
Oh, if we could get a coffee sponsor for the stream. Oh,
my God.
That would make my life, folks. If anyone knows any coffee brands which do European sponsorship deals, you let me know, because...
We go through a lot of coffee.
We go through
we would be phenomenal.
A whole lot of coffee.
Faces of a coffee
Shadows summoning the Herald on bot side. That will tank up tower aggro. Joy's here as well. The Shy, I mean, he has flash, actually. He uses the Grandmaster's Might. He's quite tanky, but there's just so much CC. Can he flash out for another Q? Might be able to guess that Q first. Had the flash fail. Well, the Shy lives! The Shy lives!
The Herald charge! Force a flash away, but there's still a Carly in the back line! They've done all the hard work, and then the Herald from downtown to bring Care, who was anything but careful. Absolute reckless driving. And ends up hurting a few people. They are roll kill in the back of Lance. A shuriken flip. Can join it right back over. Can maybe now be a little bit too deep. Assumes still doing a lot of damage. Tried to flash on 4 for the auto and couldn't find it.
Oh, so close. If he'd actually activated that auto attack, Akali passive auto basically doesn't cancel. Would have got another kill at the end of that. Care is on a mission. He is one of the streakiest players in the LPL. When he's on his game, he can actually, and I mean this with genuine sincerity, Care can compete with the best mids in the league when he's on one of his hot streaks. Now, compete with them doesn't mean beat them, but he can compete with them. And in a game like this, you can see exactly what we mean. That last game, Lasala didn't quite get what he wanted, but his 7 kills on the Akali, Jesus! Such a heavy carry potential. Look, the Shy survives a very long time. He does a very good job of that. But IG, on their way to contesting for this, way overcommit. Gala poor positioning again, gets himself into position to get comboed by Jway. Gala's had a poor game so far on the Xayah, sadly for him. Sad at 1 and 2, 1,000 gold behind. He needs to do better, and there's a Medjai's for Care now.
And a completed Shadow Flame. He goes to the backline immediately. Can't quite find the Shuriken Flip onto Rookie as his body block. We're still going to go on in and just re-angles his Shuriken Flip with a perfect execution. That name's feeling quite apt right now. On the other side, Gala trying to throw down some orders, but it's not a lot of damage. Just Care steps on forward in the Twilight Shroud, rooted up there briefly, but everyone else trapped on retreat. Headbutt back onto JJ means that Sheer can start to bonk him with the last right Shadow. In a little bit of danger as they try to fight their way out of this. On the other side, though, look at Care. Continuing to fly off some of those orders. Locket shield onto Care, who will lose the Medjai's. Finally brought low, but the rest of the team will pay for bringing the book out of library readiness.
Ends up being 1 for 4, but that 1 is very important. Big shutdown and Medjai stacks removed. It is worth noting there was still a bunch of stacks gained during that fight, so he's only at the 8 mark. It's not the worst. could have happened there. IG, though, losing the Shy very early into that play as FPX managed to get a clean combo from their Akali once again. Failed to have that ability to kind of stand and fight in the way that they would have liked to. Dragon is going to go down. There'll be a second one for FPX. And once again, we have an early and now into mid-game where FPX have found themselves some very big advantages. Starts with Care going on to Rookie, forcing IG into a defensive clump. This is really good from Dway as well. Basically just saying, okay, all right, I can zone off the rest of the team, give a little bit of space for Care to actually make some use out of that perfect execution. And then after that point, they say, well, okay, they don't have the Jax. Let's see if we can take a 5v4. And indeed they can.
Nice attempt here at some point from IG, knowing they can't get out. Well, let's see if we can break one side of the engage, especially as Sheer is kind of caught next to GG. And they try to run at someone, but assume it's safe enough right now. And then, despite a good impale onto this Akali, and they do try and get that kill. Not the cleanest moment there from Gala, but the thing is, the damage is done.
He realized,
let's get to run away.
I think he was basically melee range of the Alistar, saying, nope, I'm not getting comboed by that dude again. Alistar's headbutt, pulverizes on a very low cooldown. Rookie alone on the sideline. IG have been slower on the sidelines the entire game. Ult goes through.
Into the Glacial Prison. Mako's finally there. Heal into quickness, trying to buy some time. The bullet timer's there. Mikhail's as well. Kept alive. Shockwave to keep Dway under the turret. But he's still got the ult, which is forced to burn. But not bad at keeping Rookie alive there from Mako and the crew.
I'm not gonna, you know, I said that Gal is maybe struggling a little bit in this game. I think Mako has been excellent. I think Mako has been so good on this Rakan this game. Another player that's been very streaky. We talked about that with Care. Mako, we've normally known him as consistently high level. He's actually been a lot more streaky himself. He might be running into Care here, who's backing off from that brush, so it won't be the case. Atkan is, of course, still alive, was briefly aggroed there by FPX.
So it run off screen. It's like, wait, is it dying? Like, no, it's just been aggroed.
Typically,
off screen.
I look at the icons at the top of the screen to say, was I really stupid and missed something? Like, sometimes you do have to question things, because there's so many things you have to track, especially when you're streaming it as well. It'd be a bit of a problem. Care doesn't have Flash, but does have a jungler to keep him safe.
Also a Rocket Bolt and a Shuriken Flip and a Twilight Shroud. So he ended up being quite safe in the grand scheme of things. Just a little attempt there forward. We haven't gotten anything like Soul Pointers yet, of course. We've got 3 minutes until the next dragon, so a little while before that's off. But again, FPX with a 4k gold lead, looking to use these moments before things like Baron and the next dragon spawn to continue pressing around this Atakan as a potential amplifier to their already fairly significant lead.
Your recall from Gala and Mako brings them back to base. Atakan started now while they're on that reset. The Shy does have teleport, still 1,000 gold ahead of his opposing match, which is important. Jax being ahead of the Yorick is not something you expect at this point in the game when the outer turrets are largely down. Do they want to contest? Blue Orb will be able to spot that out. The Shy could teleport up if he's needed.
Lots of vision for FPX there. When I know about JJ is, on the other side, IGC very little indeed right now. Dwayne now looking for an angle. There is K. Goes on into the backside. Gala's in danger. Finally goes in for the sky. It's actually pretty good. So he gets hit by the Glacial Prison on his way down. And Kev gets him on the way out. Will die for it though. The Shy in the backside trying to do a fair amount of work, but caught on the bullet time. Forced to flash. Stunned up. Trying to turn around. The last right to come on through. Still getting a lot of autos down. Counter strike. Gets another one back to Shy value. Mako flashes out. JJ driven into the wall. Doing some work, but it's just not enough follow-up. They can't keep trading. A valiant effort, but Assume gets to throw a few more shots out the back end of it. And it's still an FPX win, but credit to IG. They made it close.
And credit to the Shy, trying to pick up the pieces of another poor Gala team fight. Gets hit by another free Alistar combo while he has his ultimate available. It was a flash combo from the Alistar. You need to position not so clumped up with your team, I think, as Gala. I think there have been numerous times now where he's been caught very easily for IG, just leaving IG without their AD carrying their primary source of DPS. Atacon will go down, FPX will earn themselves that one. And credit to them for picking off Gala time after time, making sure this Zaya can't control the team fights.
Let's have a look at this one again, because the follow-up from Care is brutal. Of course, he loses his life for it, but he's murdered the AD carry. In some ways, you're quite happy there. It's a great flash combo. Dway on things like the Nico, on things like the Alistar, has always been a menace. It's a good impale, in fairness, from JJ, but Gala, you can't get hit like that. Not by both faults. It's frustrating stuff. Yes, I know there's a lot of people coming for your head, but you expect better.
That's going to be a problem if that continues. This Zaya hasn't really had a clean team fight yet. It's had, you know, the one around bot side was I guess, better, but I guess at that point he was still, as a team, not in the best place. The first time we see a good Zaya team fight might be the time where IG actually can turn this around. He's actually caught by another Sojourner on his half health already.
Heartsteel proc. 280 odd stacks on there for Shadow. He had a solid third. Gala's HP with an auto always feels a little bit scary. Shy on the other side will counter strike, get a shield courtesy of the command protect, and is largely safe.
So, Rookie will save his top laner there with the shield. Both him and Mako doing a good job of adding some extra shields and heals into the back end of the plays. Dragon now coming in the next few seconds. Would be soul point for FPX, not the soul itself, of course. I always feel like I need to clarify when I say, oh, it's soul point. Sometimes I think people just assume, ooh, that's soul. It's not. It's the third dragon. IG, do you have the tool to contest, though? Gala managed to recall. This largely very high HP, and IG can maybe play around the full complement of abilities from IG.
So, Dragon coming on it. He started up here as they do go for that headbutt. Shockwave is very nice on the backside. Gets assumed down to about half. We'll need to hit something to heal up on that. Sheer also being tanked for Gary. That means FPX a little split off here as Joy also forced to ult. That's a really good start to the play there from IG. Great shockwave into the combo on the Dragon, courtesy of Feathercaller and Smite. Gets him that. Shadow forced to flash away. The Shy looking for an angle. JJ gets a stun onto the wall. Good Sonyas though from Care, buys him some time. Sheer nearly low. Doesn't quite fall though. And the turnaround with the Arctic Assault means that that will be the kill onto Shy at the very least. Glacial Prison onto Sheer. Back away himself, looking to try and get a zoom, and they do. That's way too far. On the other side, Care goes down as Rookie picks him up. Dwayne now in danger, and FPX, I think they might have fumbled this.
I think they have. Rookie will be able to jump forward for another kill. That's going to be, what, a 3-for-1 plus the Dragon to IG. And it started with a great shockwave out of Fog of War from Rookie. Now, he doesn't end up doing necessarily all the damage which wins the team fight, but it means that FPX positioning isn't really what they want it to be. Rookie, the master of Fog of War for mid laners here in the LPL, does a great job there using that shockwave to buy his team the advantage.
So, Baron's up, and Invictus Gaming could theoretically have run at that. I think it might have been a bit risky, and understandably they won't absolutely flip it here. Still though, they stop the Dragon stacking, they get some more kills on some important members, and
the Medjay is empty now.
Yeah, Medjay is indeed empty. Going to pick up this turret here. Shy just needs to do an additional bonk, and it should be about gone. Got that demolished already stacked.
They may as well kill an extra couple of minions too. Why not? Get some more efficiency out of it. They'll be able to hit the mid lane turret as well.
That's
Shy.
a great sequence of play.
It is. They get Dragon, bunch of kills, top lane outer, mid lane inner, and suddenly the gold lead is basically none actually between two teams. Shadow needs to be a little careful there if you fly into a Ixtal's impact. You get stunned into that wall. Doesn't have the flash because of course he used that in the last fight. FPX, they're reeling now. You couldn't win a fight from when you were significantly ahead of the game. Now, of course, Care is still ahead of the game, but a lot of that value was in Medjay stacks too, so even then, less than it was beforehand. Feels a little bit reminiscent to that first game, where, you know, you can get ahead of the game, but actually their late game team fighting objective instincts are just not up there with the better teams in Group percent.
We'll note, though, that Shadow is quietly a very damaging Sejuani. Note the Zeeks and note the number of Heartsteel stacks at this point of the game.
Jesus! Yeah, okay, that's a very good point, actually. I mean, Shadow's been absolutely mashing people. He's gonna get some more as well, actually. Goes straight through the Guardian.
415 stacks! Glacial Prison will be immune by a good Zhonya's activation. Headbutted into the wall. Can't quite follow. Turn around! 3-man impale! Quickness! Grand entrance! Bullet time trying to buy some space in the back end of it all. Trying to get some damage down its way. Trying to play full body contact. Does actually prevent the follow-up on the show. End up split up as a result. Does die. Turnaround damage as the deadly plumage allows Gala to keep running at the opponents. Assume in danger. Has to flash. Sheer also in danger. That dark procession was pretty good though to delay people. Mako into the backline with the grand entrance. Needs to back away now with the turnaround. My god, the Heartsteel proc! Flashback as they try to get some damage with the Feathercaller. Can't quite do it in the backline! Goes Care. Can't quite get as many as he was hoping.
If Care had those Medjay stacks, he's killing another two there. Care punishes the overchase. IG largely had an okay fight there, but the overchase looking for a little too much. JJ is alive, does have a little bit of regen coming through from his jungle item. You have to use that Q over the wall, potentially looking for a steal, but his smite's on cooldown for now.
Yeah, steps on forward to the shield, courtesy of the Bastion and the Command Protect, but they get the Baron. I'd love to see that replay because it looked like IG had found a great moment, and Dway buys so much time of what should have been a 3-man impale into death.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy has a good play at the start of this, taking a strong trade versus Sheer and hopping out of the Dark Procession. Zonya's onto the Sejuani ultimate. This is a good initial play from the Shy, who ends up kind of disengaging quite well too. This Impale is godlike. That's fantastic. But you can't fall onto it that well because of the combo coming through from Dway. Rookie would have loved to get a clean shockwave onto that there. Does end up getting it afterwards, but it's just delayed a little bit in terms of that extra CC for Gala getting to play in XYZ. Speaking of Gala, he was really feeling it after this point, trying to run forwards. Him and Mako getting a huge distant cover, thinking they can finish off. Shit, this is the point where it's too much, though. You've gone very far forward from Mako, and it leaves that opening that Cow was looking for.
Try to get the kill there onto the Misfortune, but unfortunately Mako gets hit by a love tap and a Heartsteel proc, and is now non-existent. Now 470 stacks on this Heartsteel.
That is that's a very tanky Sejuani. And Gal, you know, does have those 3 items going on 4 with the Infinity Edge in waiting. Doesn't have it just yet. It'll be very important. FPX opening up that gold lead again, using that Baron buff to try and see if they can claw themselves back into the lead.
DJ comes driving through some walls. There's the control ward spotted. Sure, it's just shy on Mako. Could have been interesting. Serpent's Fang picked up by the Misfortune, by the way, 4th item. Want to be able to deal with some of the shields coming on through from various members here.
Yeah, I mean, it applies to Seraphs, it applies to the Command Protect, it applies to the Rakan shields as well, and of course the Skarner. So between all of them, yeah, you know what, you're likely to hit everyone. Nice to be able to shred off some of that, even though we can't passive denied a little bit. Really trying to wave clear as best he can now. And IG, I think the question still remains, can Gala have himself a clean team fight? Now, it's not all on him. It depends how easily Care can get onto his case as well. If Care is in good position, it is very hard for Gala to fight. This side needs to be doing a lot of DPS. On the other side, FPX, they can struggle to have DPS, but they're so far ahead of the game in regards to this Akali that they haven't needed it as much as I would have thought.
Mako loses about a third of his HP to a Sejuani auto, and you know exactly where you are in the game as 500 stacks now hit. All the while, and it turns around. Gala does ult that one. Stays alive. Takes a little bit of damage from the frost spot on the ground as they turned on to shear a little bit there with that counter-strike turnaround, but the little pandas start running at them in their ghoulish fashion. JJ gets an ult, but it's onto a single member. Turnaround from Mako, looking to find an angle, goes in with the quickness. Way rooted up, but still has that unbreakable will. Unlike Futurama, his body is indeed as unbreakable as his will. Sheer jumped out a little bit. Eat up boulder. Eat up Heeble.
The boulder has changed his mind. Goes forwards. The Shy using that counter-strike again. Can hop out. Late game Jax does have the mobility to maneuver around the Dark Procession quite well. And it's still only 400 gold behind. Sheer never really got an individual matchup in this lane. Dragon will get started up, but it's not the Soul. IG claimed a couple before that point. And folks, we might be headed towards a late game scenario yet again. FPX, 7,000 gold ahead. A lot of that is in mid lane and in bot lane, really. It is those 2 carry roles, which is a bit of a problem point for IG. Luckily, they do have the Jax who's heading towards late game. Perhaps the Shy can carry some of these fights. We are getting to the point where 3-4 item Jax can just become godlike in the backline. And the Shy has been team fighting pretty well on the pick so far.
So, with that in mind, what is our next port of call? As Dway is a little bit deep there by himself. He's swift enough on this Alistair at this point. Just get to walk away. Celestial Opposition makes this one. We now have a look instead. A load of pings coming on down. 2 minutes until the Baron. So it really is just set up right now. Map control more than anything else. Long time before another dragon spawns. 4 or so on that one.
Another bonus here for IG. We are getting to the point where FPX are capping out on gold. You are getting towards full build on the Akali and the Misfortune, where your gold leads are. While most of the time you think, oh, it's when the whole team of the enemy team has full items, that's when you start losing gold. Let's be honest, your gold lead is within mid lane and bot lane. If you hit full items, your gold lead will start to get shrank effectively with every wave that the enemy carry ends up getting through. Now, Rookie, he's on, you know, components towards his 3rd item, whereas Care has 3.5. He actually might end up selling his Medjai's for that death cap, actually. I think that'd probably be valuable at this point. Medjai's, what you normally want to do is get ahead of the game, stay ahead of the game, and make use of that item as it goes through. Assume does have full build now, though. He won't be getting any extra more value. I think he'd like to keep himself the boots. Sometimes we see Misfortunes go away from that, but I think in this game, the move speed to get in position around the map quicker does make a lot of difference. Whereas Gala, he can start catching up now in terms of gold, even though the number on your bottom of your screen might be telling you otherwise.
Pings come on through. Gala autos a ward a few times, takes that one out. Has the Immortal Shield bow done for Misfortune. Another shield to try and keep herself up and running. On the other side, though, Gala's not exactly miles off a 5th item either. He's pretty damn strong as well.
No, look, if there is a clean team fight from the Xayah, the gold at the bottom of the screen doesn't matter. We are at that point where, you know, if you're playing into the Xayah and you get feathered, it's going to hurt like hell. Of course, there are some other things in there too, that the Heartsteel stack differential is actually very important. Shadow is damn tanky, very tanky. You technically have infinite scaling with this. He has so much HP, and yes, the Skarner is very, very tanky too in his own way, but he's 2 levels down, not got nearly as many stacks. Shadow is diffing in the jungle right now in terms of overall fight value.
You get that big proc onto someone valuable, like say you take 20% of Gala's HP off an auto, that feels rough. Adding a permafrost proc, and suddenly you really did add it to a lot of the woes that IG have been experiencing. Again, game playable for IG despite the goal total being scary. More a question of execution at this point.
Oh, Shy gets it.
Some fumbles, shall we say, from FPX at points. That's actually have the Maiden split off here as well. I think the Maiden just dies here, and that could be significant.
And now, this is the point where you can actually look. Hang on, the Shy can look for a 1v1 here. He actually can do. You can contest for that scuttle. Inhib on bot side is going to go down because Rookie also came down just to shadow the Shy. I can understand why he does that. They do have both. They both have teleports. Baron is going down. Remember, they do. Hang on, Kaz onto Gala. That's a problem.
Oh, he's into the backside. Gala could try and buy some space. The Impale does land though, and Kaz doesn't be able to press this on you. Zikali doesn't threaten Gala properly. Glacial Prison's only onto the Rakan. On the other side, the Shy trying to find an angle. His permafrost, his grand entrance onto Shadow, who's tanky, but I don't know if he's that tanky. Punted back out of the play somehow.
This is the fight,
and they can fight the fight. Sheer faces Sheer gold again. Dway in danger, goes down. Gala's flashed over the wall. Assume goes down as well. Misfortune is her name. A triple to Gala, and the Baron is up.
What a set of peeling plays from Invictus Gaming. Finally, Gala gets a fight where he can stand and use those razor-sharp feathers to tear through the Phoenix, ripping the feathers out of their wings, putting them into their hat. That'll be a Baron. It'll be an objective bounty as well. And that is a minute until the Dragon, while there are still death times in FPX. This is the fight that IG have been waiting for the most part of this game.
I want to know how Care got caught. He thought he found the perfect angle. They don't know he's there.
So Care is not seen. I guess he ease over the wall here. He doesn't have that to land onto Gala, and he gets hit immediately by an Ixtal's impact. Just goes too close to the Skarner. Very good press from Jeje. Instant wall stun into the ultimate. Means that he is just completely taken out of commission. Doesn't have something like a QSS to escape that combo. And while the Sejuaniel afterwards is trying to buy a bit of space, that actually leaves Shadow, as he positioned for that, out of position. It's just running it back at this point. You don't have that position to really do that much work on the Misfortune. At this point in the game, your bullet time is down. And you can't finish off even someone like that Jax who's going through that Counter-Strike.
The Dragon we go. Soul point available. Shadow from the back of the pit. Taken by the Feather Pull combo. That'll do as a fake Rende. Shadow now hit with the Impale. And it's looked like barbecue pork for dinner, people. Shadow gets a bit of a heal there for a second, but he's dead as well. Another kill over to the Shy. And I think FPX time is done.
I think it is. We've now had a 7,000 gold swing in the last 5 minutes or so. That's what the peak of the gold lead was from my memory. Maybe even a bit above that. IG now basically back to even. IG have that full item now on Gala. Yes, I mean, they technically is even in gold too, so I guess it doesn't even matter on that point. We have Rookie, 10-stack Dark Seal, almost full build. And the gold leads we were talking about before, saying, well, okay, eventually FPX will get caught up to. That has now become a reality, pushing on multiple towers. The sky's the limit, and I guess the Shy's limit too. Combo onto Gala, who does headbutt in time this time.
Bullet time is okay, but not fantastic. Dway back away. Did a great job in that last fight of headbutting the counter-striking Shy out of the backline. Could have been a bit of a disaster. But it's still going to be the inhibitor broken. It's still going to be the base broken in multiple locations. This one is tricky.
One of my favorite things about this goddamn Invictus Gaming team is they can have some shaky games. And I think Gala had a shaky game before this. I think that we've seen it plenty of times from Rookie, Jeje, the Shy, any number of these members. They can fool you for 30 minutes that they aren't players with great ceilings. And then you'll have fights like that from Gala and Jeje. I mean, I guess Jeje may have had good games in general. But Gala finally had himself that one good fight saying, yeah, okay, this is what I could have been doing the whole goddamn game. Just saved it for later. Entertainment value comes first.
And Shadow's 2-level lead has been evened up. Jeje feeling a lot happier. And yeah, you've got this Sejuani who's doing her very best to be tanky, but you need the Zikali to be threatening. This is a couple fights in a row where Care hasn't gotten the value. He sold the Medjais. Going towards the Void Staff last, I don't blame him at this point, but it does feel like unless Care is eviscerating two people. The extended fights are tricky when you've got this Orianna who's got her own Medjais now, the GA now on Gala who's full build himself. The Shy is a level 18 Jax. That is not a fun fight to be in a longer than 20-second spree.
Yeah, this is the point where Jax is just Exodia, and one of the reasons why you do always want to have this pick in the back pocket. It gives you another carry threat, and yes, the Yorick's all well and good for getting gold out of side lanes. Let's see you do it in the 5v5. IG walking towards the base now. They don't have the Shy quite with
off-white battle.
What?
It's the, let's see, Paul Allen's top lane.
I have no idea. Oh, okay. Well, no. You've lost me, Sam. Just like FPX lost their gold lead.
Okay, fair enough. I was going for the American Psycho reference.
Oh my god, Rookie has some Medjais now too. Sam, that's more important.
I said that too.
This is more important. No, Sam. If I don't recognize it, Sam, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So you have to work by my object permanence. If I don't see or hear it, it actually doesn't exist.
All right. I'm not real. You know that, right? I'm a figment of your imagination. You've been casting by yourself for like several years now.
Alex, you have to wake up.
Yeah. It's just life on Mars and Ashes to Ashes all over again.
By the way, fantastic TV shows. Absolutely watch those ones. Level leads starting to get disintegrated between Shadow and JJ because Shadow's also hit max level now as well. All of the leads which FPX gained over time coming back to even, and IG, they were winning from behind. Imagine how much easier it is when they actually get some footholds in this game.
Well, it's gone forwards onto Ascana, who takes nearly negative damage. Congratulations, you took a shield and 10% HP off him.
Yeah, that was an engage of all time. The whole point of FPX's team comp has been, can we just invalidate Gala from team fighting in the most important ways? That has been the grand majority of the ways they've won their team fights. Gala not being able to do that much. Care was trying to see if he can get cheeky interrupt. Can't do so. Would have been on vision anyway. You're now at a point now where I don't think that is something which you can easily do. There's a GA, all of the summoners and ultimates available from IG, and of course the Mikhails and Mako too, making it even easier to shrug off some stuns. Of course, doesn't get rid of suppressions or knockups or anything, but FPX can struggle to land them onto Gala at this point. A minute until Dragon would be sold for either team. IG, they are in the driver's seat now.
Watch Gala absolutely giga in the next fight now. I feel like it's written in the cards. Invictus Gaming will never do what they're supposed to do. Shadow steps over the wall there with the Arctic Assault. He's been trying, bless him. Nearly 600 stacks on the Heartsteel. He's quite literally got 5,500 HP on the Sejuani.
That is absurd. And the thing is, it won't even matter because IG actually have the champions and the items to kill a tank.
Yeah, they do.
FPX, how does FPX kill tanks? Realistically, it's sheer wailing on them, and occasionally a bullet time will take them down a little bit. But bullet time is not an anti-tank tool. It's just not. Especially when you have something like, when you've got the Lord Dominus Regard, it's fine, but it just doesn't feel like you can shred through tanks in the way that you need to.
I mean, you have to have Strut active and an Alistair standing on top of you so you can stand an auto without being interrupted. Because you don't have safety as Misfortune. Not really. All the while in the picture-in-picture, we can see Dragons going down. That's Cloud Soul to Invictus Gaming. You know what you love to give to people like Jax and Rakan and Skarner? Move speed on R button.
Movement. Souls in that they were looking for potentially a cheeky flank teleport. IG, this is, again, when you have a group of players like IG, much like Weibo last year as well, when they also had the Shy, Shao, Chris, when you have players who've been around for a while, it's very hard to play this smoke and mirrors against them. Their instincts in hyper late game are second to none.
They know all the tricks. They've done it themselves. Forced the flash out of Tway there. Didn't want to ult on the Impale. Still be the ult for the ult. Could potentially be problematic. Rookie with the Elixir of Sorcery running. Will hurt. Would have been a shockwave. They're walking over the ball there. Right? But a bit worried. Glacial Present is wide. Rookie will shield themselves. In the back line goes Shadow. Can't quite steal the Dragon. Baron, I apologize. Oh! It's much better. That one hurts as it fell around the world. FPX have their kneecaps shattered. Courtesy of the R button pressed from Rookie, whose name has never been more of a lie. The 44th minute has just crested, and Invictus Gaming are done with this game.
Yeah, that is an MVP fight from Rookie. Shockwave signed by Rookie, because that's the end of the game. And on that tangent, we'll head towards the Nexus.
Well, all we know is he's called the Shy. What a Jax game. What a Rookie game. Of course. On top of it all, Mako weren't bad on that Rakan either. They had to work for it, didn't they? They had to battle and scrape and finagle. There's the word we're going to use. Their way out of a tricky scenario. In the end, it is still them who come out on top. Though I think once again, It's one of those ones where you don't look too much at the scoreline, you don't look at the early game, and you easy game here. That's fine. Normal.
Do you like
state
how
of
I
affairs.
took Shock Wave into Sign, Cos, and Tan? I got them all into one sentence. Sam.
I missed that entirely.
It was really good.
Was
I
it?
was actually very impressed with how I got Shock Wave. Wave's a trig. Sign Wave, Cos Wave, Tan Wave. It's like, it's an MVP Shockwave signed by Rookie, because that's the end of the game, and on that tangent, they'll head to the Nexus. It was really good.
Oh, very good. That's nice. I just thought that was a straight phrase.
So-
The fact you worked on that was very good. I'm
It's the little things which keep us entertained, folks. I actually think the Shy is my MVP for that game. I think that was... I mean, oh god, is he? I mean, I think Mako is super good on the Rakan, you know.
Mako's the most consistent. Mako or Rookie? Because Rookie found a couple really clutch shockwaves to win them the fights that actually got them back in the game. Probably.
Yeah, I think that maybe Rookie was really far behind. And he was really good with the shockwaves. It's quite hard for me to choose an MVP. I think I probably wouldn't give it to Gala, probably wouldn't give it to JJ for this game. I mean, no, the Impale was really good too. Gala still played well in that game too. Quite hard to basically quite hard to choose MVPs for this game, folks. But with this, IG keep themselves on pace to fight for the top 4 spot tomorrow against BLG.
Oh, that's huge.
If BLG... Actually, let me just check what happens in our next series, because we have top esports versus BLG. As it stands, BLG IG are even on series score at 10 wins, but IG are 10-7, BLG are currently 10-6, so depending on what happens in this next series is whatever. If BLG win today, I think they lock top 4. If BLG lose, IG can fight for top 4 tomorrow.
Question.
Yeah.
What is the head-to-head between BLG
It doesn't
and
matter.
IG?
It doesn't matter. Only
Okay.
matters when it's even game score.
Gotcha.
So
And
what
it
happens?
won't
It
be,
is series
yeah.
score, game score, head-to-head.
IG are +4 game score by the record, guys, because obviously they played. They've lost the one more series.
In fact, I can show you this if you want. Where is LPL split team? There we go. So this is the important bit here. This is the important bit here. So these are the important bits here. So currently 10-6, 10-7. So if BLG win, they go to 10, they go to 11-7. But they will also go to +9, which means they can go minimum +7 if they lose 0-2 to IG the day after, but they can only go to +6. So if BLG win today, they are top 4.
Okay.
If BLG win, they're top 4. However, if they lose, tomorrow's game is the determiner for who instant locks playoffs. These top 4 instantly get into playoffs. Now, that's a bit of a misnomer. All of these teams in the top 10 plus the top 2 from Group Nirvana will get into the playoffs quote-unquote bracket, which is basically a giant double elimination thing.
It's the LPL gauntlet of hell, guys.
Yeah, so you have...
usual.
Basically, you have qualification matches, which are best of 5s. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. All of these kind of come through. And then everyone's kind of placed into this crazy bracket. I'm not sure exactly which goes into that. Anyway, we'll get ourselves into the post-game stuff. And show you some of those stats. What if instead of Nako, he was called Freak Nako instead of...
this Kazi, is this you?
Is
this Kazi's burner?
Is this Kazi's Ghost Rider?
Yeah. Are you? How much AO3 have you read, Disco?
Sam, you're not meant to call out the fanfic writers. They don't need to know we know too much. I mean, there is a fanfic. There is a 1-chapter fanfic of me out there somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah, on it.
Oh.
It's actually it's not explicit. I mean, I don't know whether they've got that hidden away on the Wattpad instead, but you know.
You're not denying being Kazi, by the way, Disco. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Never seen you two in the same room.
That makes I did chat with Kazi in one of the PGLs that we did, and he said,
fanfic?
No, not about that. And he said, I do know who you are because I watched LPL. You do the LPL stuff. I was like, yeah. So he knows who we are. So we could, you know, in any given moment, you know, the chance of being caught out, like naming and shaming Kazi is very low, but it's never 0.
Star player in a reasonably sized Kazi would be another. That actually comes across slightly more dodgy than I wanted it to.
Yeah,
I was going for the Top Gear reference.
Mate, have you seen how he talks to Vladdy on socials and humanoids? I don't know. I think this is within the ballpark.
Maybe that's true.
All within the ballpark. Oh, golly, you can't walk up into all range of a Kali like that, man.
He got misfortune, I'll say that. But this was the really sad one.
Yeah, he just went too far, too close to the Skarnum. Just instant connection of the Ixtel's impact.
Ixtel's impact, and then the Impale. That was a very dead Akali. Nearly genius. Nearly genius.
Okay, Mod's first series of the day done, and next one is this next one is the freaking huge one. Finals matchup from spring of last year, Top Esports versus BLG, and yeah. I mean, Top Esports cleanly in first place, and BLG cleanly not in first place. They might not even be top 4. Kind of crazy that they're not in top 4, even though, yeah, with a team like this, you always expect someone like Knight and players like Bin to kind of just destroy regionally the LPL, even if they don't take regular season as seriously as, you know, as all teams do, because all of them do, of course. Like, I'm very surprised to see them not cleanly in top 4.
So, we now see the Shy running at things like Sejuani's. And in fairness, Shadow really tried. He's always been quietly quite a good Sejuani. He's one of those tank junglers you can play very aggressively and pseudo carry on. And I appreciate the attempt. I think the issue they ran into is they were playing with a comp on, I won't say quite a timer. It's not quite that. But their windows to execute, how you execute late game as that comp, just gets harder, right? Because you don't survive as the Akali going in 1v3 in the way you can do in the mid or early games, right? You survive through a bit of the CC to then use your own defensive tools. Got one shot a number of times as the game went on. Got a lot trickier. You look at things like the Misfortune, yeah, you still have those insane late game bullet time options, but it's not the same as, actually, I've got a 30-second team fight where I get to use all my defensive tools and throw out loads of feathers. Like, there is just a lot more value on average a Xayah will put out, and that's got a bit trickier. It is JJ got the MVP. I mean, the trip of the pretty good Skarner game. There's some great ults.
Yeah, they were. I personally would have given it to Mako, you know.
I think I might
he was very, very
in the
good.
early game as well, yeah.
Yeah. But then again, you know, JJ had some monster impales later on. Like, as we were saying before this, pretty hard to choose an MVP. Okay, right, we've got some highlights. I need to rest my voice a little bit. Need to put on some pre-rolls as well, so we'll do that in a 1 minute. 1 minute. Kair is one of the most confusing players in the LPL, folks. I actually just don't know what version of Kair I'm ever going to get. He's so ridiculously freaky. Right, I got to put on some pre-rolls. So I'm going to leave you the stream for a little bit while I take a quick break, and we'll get ready for our second series, which is Top Esports versus BLG, which is insane. Yeah. By the way, Sam, we are the highest LPL quality, the highest quality LPL stream on Twitch. By the way, we're the only ones that stream in 1440. I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
So that's a thing. Maybe I should just put that in the title. I'm gonna do that. Whatever. Would you guys do a global power ranking as we wait for the next series? Oh god, I haven't watched nearly enough LCK to really.
Well, let's try a top 5 at least.
What I want to do is in the next couple of days, I will do a power ranking of every playoffs role for LPL in the break, maybe, and I might put them up on YouTube or something like that, so I can kind of go through teams and players, maybe just like quick videos, quick and easy to digest. I don't have video editing. The thing is, I can video edit on my phone. I actually don't video edit on my PC.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna go for if you're gonna go first, I'll have a bit of a thought about top 5. I think currently the best looking team in the world right now is pretty clearly Genji. By a relatively healthy margin. I think they look very, very scary. I think they have been consistent in a way that a lot of our other top teams have not been. A number of their players are pretty much there for best in role. Chovy looks imperious as ever. Keen is phenomenal. Canyon's phenomenal. The bot lane looks really good. good. I think Duro is stepping up very, very well. So he's got to be up there. I think that whole team kind of has the whole package. The mechanics are there, the consistency is there, the style of play looks really good for the meta. There's not a lot there you can go, yeah, that wasn't great. I think the T1 series was losable for them, but they were just more consistent, right? I think you're then going down the line, probably to HLE, who are still good, but they've been getting away with criminal acts, shall we say. But I think it probably is something along the lines of Genji, HLE, and then I would probably put one of our, probably someone like Top Esports in domestic form, international forms up, all of it. But probably something like Top Esports. Then it's probably another LCK team, isn't it? Return of the Fall Ball. Yeah, we need to do that one. Where does music come from? No, it's it's from
你们即将会迎战 BLG， 也是你们的组内赛的收官之战，同时两队也都是背靠背的比赛。你对于明天的这一场比赛怎么看呢？
怎么看？先看今天这场比赛吧。
先看看一会儿他们表现怎么样了。那最后一个问题，因为今天这一个日期呢也是非常浪漫的日子，
The problem is obviously because we're streaming a lot of LPL, catching LCK games gets a little tricky.
嘎啦要不要借此机会向所有的召唤师送出你的一个祝福呢？
Mal message and see what he says.
祝大家早日脱单，早生贵子。
好的，我相信所有召唤师也收到了你的祝福，也要祝大家520快乐了。我们的赛后采访到此先告一段落，接下来是精彩的 Spotlight。
对，下打先拆了，拆了，来了，可以打架这位置，拆，等一下，我再打，我能帮你们打，别忙，你给我打断了，杀进不来，你打，靠我，你们别冲，拉一下，赵一杰，哎，我杀完这里，杀完，ADD。
Have a look. So, where are
AD 没闪，他3人啊，去一波，AD 没闪。
I think T1 are probably something like 5th, aren't they? I think they're they've gotten better, but they're still quite inconsistent. But yeah, I think Genji and HLE are probably your 2 best teams, with a note that HLE have been getting away with some crimes as of late. I think you're then looking at Top Esports 3rd. They've been domestically the most consistent team. Then probably AL. Actually, I think AL is a pretty good shout. And then probably like T1 JDG fighting for 5th, something like that. Maybe BLG, depend. I think the other thing is there are a few teams I'm going to look. If I am talking right now, this is where people are. If I am talking at the end of playoffs where I'm expecting people to be, teams like BLG might be up there. Teams like, I suppose T1 might have improved. Teams like Invictus Gaming might get a push up there as well. I think you then also got to start having some conversations about, okay, where exactly does a team like Carmine Corps eventually end up, right? They did a lot better, I think, than people first expected at first stand. I think they've gotten arguably better since then. We know that these guys are clearly on an upward trajectory. And I think there is an argument to say, actually, with how sloppy some of these kind of 3rd, 4th place teams look in LPL and LCK, Carmine Corps could quite happily slide in there. And I don't think that's that crazy to say. I struggle a little bit more with LTA. Obviously, say Team Liquid have just got Spawn back, which I think does help. And they immediately look a lot better again. Cloud9 are pretty solid. You know, you've got your FlyQuest and all these other squads who are still pretty good. And I think they're probably like 6th, maybe 7th. Maybe you can push a bit higher depending on how things flex up after playoffs. But I think your top 4 is pretty unequivocally LPL and LCK top 2. Yeah, Holy Night Boy. I think KC is probably 5th globally right now. Like, the thing is, you can make that argument. KC isn't good IMO. I mean, potentially. Yeah, I think the thing is, I think they actually did have a pretty good first stand. I think they've had a couple good looks in at some of the latest homesteads and stuff. So I think they are still pretty solid. It's just a question of, like, are they 5th or are they kind of more like 6th, 7th? I don't think that would be super wild to say. AL's performance and potential. Why is that? Because when they've looked bad, they've looked quite bad. They had a couple weeks recently where Tarzan and Kyle just had a bad week, and basically that team is absolutely powered by their jungle support being really proactive and really in sync and really ahead of the curve in terms of movements around the map than their opposition. If they're not, the team tends to fall apart a bit. They've gone back a little bit to Flandre being on tanks to allow a little bit more backbone to some of the team fights. So I still think Flandre is very good at things like the Rumble and stuff as well. But that's part of it for me, is they had a couple weeks where they looked quite poor. And they have been known to just like randomly drop games and go, what the hell was that? But that's true of a lot of the LPL teams right now. It's the reason top esports also aren't getting that much respect. Because again, they fumbled enough internationally, and I think they have had some dubious games regionally too. But hey, I would say the same about HLE. I think HLE's score is a little inflated by the fact they're just better than their opposition. But actually against good teams, the mistakes they were making would lead to game losses, I think, against other people. Bro, would he run the LCK? Obviously. What's up? I have a bold prediction. FlyQuest win MSI. That is a very bold prediction. Controversial take. Yeah, I mean, is it? And we've seen what HLE have done, but this should be 2 over TES unless one hard. Oh, that's your controversial take. You know, I think I agree. BLG are insanely reliant on Beichuan leading the charge early so they can snowball, and BLG snowball really hard. But the problem is the mid game is still really problematic, where they will all in on a fight like a dog with a bone and charge into really stupid fights that will cost them insane gold. And it happens time and time again. Knight is still really, really, really trying. He has arguably been MVP caliber, despite being on a team that is stumbling a little bit. I would also say I think Bin hasn't been hitting the highs he should have been. He is occasionally having carry performances and stuff, but like his highs have not been as high, and he's been a lot more inconsistent than usual. Bot lane is still very hit or miss for me. And I think Beichuan has helped the team, but I think his role within the team is often, right, join me on the trip to Valhalla, at least this way we're on the same page. And I think it's not making the most out of what he can offer to a team, but it has been a band-aid fix to get the team online. I don't think it is a long-term solution to significant issues in mid-game teamfight selection. Understandably, the key player will be Cream v Knight. Yeah, those are some very good numbers. Number 1 and 2 in your damage per minute. Good goal difference at game end. Good goal per minute from both. You can't really ask for much better there, can you? Cream's having a good split, I think, folks. But again, in some ways, you would expect this from Cream, right? He's on the best team in the league. You tend to have better stats like this when you are winning games. Though obviously things like damage per minute, I'm not a guarantee on that front, but still easy to do from ahead. I think those numbers from Knight, despite being on a, 4th, 5th place team, very impressive. Whew, I could use a cup of tea. Ah, there is no milk.
Get some words on stream at least.
Yeah.
Okay, so how long have we been in? Have we done pre-roll? Yes, we have. Okay, cool. So top esports BLG. Obviously, top esports are coming in on much better form. Now, typically, the way that BLG have beaten top esports in the past is 1, brute force. Just brute force laning phase. They brutalize them in early skirmishes, early laning phase, and then they end up getting to play a very fast style of League of Legends where they play very open around the map, wave clear side lanes very quickly, and they respond very quickly to the way that you play on the map. So while top esports a little slower. A little slower than other teams. They tend to be very meticulous. I think Top Esports are the best macro team within the LPL. I think that anyone's legend we'll let you sit with the interview for a bit, but I think that they are a very good macro
赛前
team.
采访，我们邀请到的是 Jackie Love 选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 W8D2 Jackie Love。
欢迎 Jackie Love。那每一次呢，Top 和 BLG 的比赛都会成为焦点。那在你看来，你会比较关注哪一些部分呢？
因为 BLG 最近状态也很不错嘛，然后跟他们打的时候，就是在一些可能要交战的时候，我们打起来的时候可能要果断一点。
更加果断一些。那作为这一次组内赛的收官之战，你希望今天的滔博展现出来怎样队伍的风貌呢？
因为这也是我们最后一场，然后希望我们这把能把状态调整好，也希望能赢下这一把，然后好好去准备季后赛。
期待你们今天的表现了。我们邀请到的是 BLG 的 Elk 选手，先邀请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 BLG AD Elk。
欢迎 Elk 从北京转战到上海。那针对此前的比赛，队伍觉得在复盘的时候发现哪一些问题是亟待解决的呢？
如果从上一场打京东的比赛来看，其实就是感觉我们在中期的时候还有很多决策其实是可以做得更好吧。然后在整个团队方面，其实是还有很多可以就是做了一致的这个方向吧。所以说，就是我们现在就是更多的就是让整个团队就是更加的一致这种。
整体性非常的重要。那距离上一次与滔博的交手也过去1个月的时间了。那这段时间呢，双方也都在不断的进步，队伍的磨合也越来越好。所以你对于今天这一次的交手会有怎样的期待吗？
我觉得再一次打滔博的话，就希望给我们自己做好吧，因为我觉得更加需要改进的地方就是我们自己还有整个团队上面的配合和沟通吧。
就让我们一同期待今天这一场焦点战。
Alright, okay. Yeah, typically the way that BLG has won, well, we keep doing this by the way, has won versus Top Esports through like a lot of brute force, a lot of scrapping, very quick plays which stops Top Esports from ever really getting their macro in order. I do think that Top Esports are a very good macro team if you see the way that they move around the map. Now, I think Anyone's Legend are also a very good macro team, but I think that Top Esports are more meticulous actually. I think they make less mistakes when they move around the map. Okay, so one of the, well, I guess T might be false. T might be false. Let's send. Okay. Okay, so both the S's are fine and T is false. I'm trying to find the what is this? Is a game we play on stream, Sully. This is so weird. We gotta find the hidden ladder, otherwise this is so doomed. Okay, so R is hidden. R is hidden. I might just save us, we'll see. Snore's a good one. Snores, yep, cool. Oh god, this is gonna come down pretty close actually.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
What Norse? Norse isn't in there? Oh, I'm surprised about that actually. Ah well, close. Close it is. Oh, Clutch! Steve, Clutch! Am I Ewok? Why would I be an Ewok?
首先欢迎 Top Esports， 上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Cream， 下路
Man is too tall to be an Ewok. I'm not even a man.
Crisp。
The stream cape makes you look like comfy like an Ewok. I mean, that's true. That little break there, that reminds me of Halo background music, actually. Very different intro music.
上单冰，打野北川，中单 Knight， 下路 Elk， 辅助 On。
Ewok Nymaera be cursed fan art. At least it could be a Wookiee, you know. So, things to keep an eye out for in this matchup. Laning strength and early skirmishes must go the way of BLG, otherwise I think top esports are going to shred this series. Now the problem with that, Kanavi is on excellent form, and Beitron, while I think he is good, I don't think he is nearly at the level of Kanavi. I think Kanavi is clearly the best jungler within the LPL right now. See you, Mango.
第2日的第2场比赛，滔博对阵 BLG 星际魅族即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Top 2-0 top esports, by the way. I think you're not wrong to predict that. BLG just came off a loss against JDG. By the way, Maokai has now officially been released by BLG. So Maokai is actually not with the team anymore. So while we were saying, oh, well, it's just subbing in and out, blah, 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 for some of the last series, he's actually gone now. He's actually gone. Maokai is gone. Gigabin about to show 369 who's the real GOAT LPL top lane. Well, Bin has been pretty bad since about Worlds knockouts last year. Now, he was very good versus HLE in the quarterfinals, but then in the semi-finals and then the finals, I actually think Bin was really quite poor at Worlds last year, and I think this year has been worse for him. I think he's gone downhill. Bin, for someone who a lot of people latch onto, understandably so, because he's a very charismatic player who had very, very high highs. I think that Bin has been off form, and it's typically been one of the ways that BLG have carried themselves through slumps. Bin and Knight are world class. It doesn't matter if their macros off or their drafts are off, they can break the game like that. I don't think Bin's at that level. Now, he's still good. He's still good. He's just not best in the world right now. 369, I think his laning strength has been some of the best that he's shown in his career this year. I think last year was a year off in terms of his laning strength. I think this one's been a lot better. I think in terms of other stuff, well, yeah, BLG's drafts have been a bit awkward. I think they're largely, though, their cohesion and their chemistry is the thing which has been called into question. They have good players. They have very good players, right? But I don't think they're necessarily on good form, and I don't necessarily think they've been playing well with each other. So we're getting into our 1v1, which I'm going to assume 369 is a part of. Bin versus 369. Nice versus 369. Our old JDG and top esports solo laners, Knight. Knight made their logo a Knight's helmet for this player. 369 and Knight made this organization what they are today. And we'll see what we get in our 1v1. Best jungler in the LPL is between Kanavi and Tarzan, but Kanavi is more meta-reliant, though, even though he has a higher ceiling. Tarzan has definitely been more of a chef. He will play a lot of different stuff. And yeah, I think Kanavi definitely does have... Yeah, he definitely sticks more to the straight and narrow on the chat. Oh! Are we Z1v1ing? The JDG solo laners, the top esports solo laners, these two which have stuck together through thick and thin over so many years, are having a Z versus Z 1v1. Are you kidding me? Are you ready for the look at the plays, look at the moves? Are you ready for that? I cannot wait. Are you kidding me? You are in for a treat, folks. You are in for such a treat. Let's get ourselves into the Ninja 1v1. Absolutely insane. Are you kidding me? Which one's Ryu and which one's Faker? Well, it's been a very long time since top laners have played Zed. It's only really back in Season 3 which you saw that, maybe a tiny bit of Season 4. There was some time when he built Sunfire Iceborne as well, because everyone did at that point, because stupid items. Well, folks, we have a Z versus Z 1v1 between the JDG Super Team solo laners, the top esports solo laners of old. 369 versus Knight. Knight no longer on the organization. Of course, parted way with them a number of years ago now. Left for JDG in 2023. And both of them spamming the same emotes. Ain't that sweet? Both using the same skin, the Gacha's Galaxy Z Chroma, the expensive one. And both of them have exactly the same build, and have exactly the same runes, I'd imagine, too. Knight not using a shadow so far. So waiting for 369 to approach the wave, and does get the double shuriken. Neither of them getting an auto attack on each other just yet. Not actually getting that much damage done. I guess 369 got another shuriken onto Knight, which didn't hit a target before Sand. Shurikens do less damage to targets hit beyond the first. Which means that if you stand behind a minion, you will take less damage. Has popped the first pot, though. Look at them smiling at each other. I guess uses his shadow again. The shadow usage is so important. Both of them picking up good farm so far. 369. Guess the wave push actually doing quite well actually in the laning phase. Gets another Q on target there, but not double. The double shurikens are the ones which really hurt, of course. Knight doesn't hit the second shuriken there. Helps you keep your energy up as well. Level 5 hit by 369. Sam, we have our JDG super team mid lane, laners rather, solo laners, having a Z versus Z 1v1. We have a Z versus Z 1v1. They met in the middle. They flashed up the JDG 23 logo and then the top esports logos as well. These two have been solo lane compatriots for so many years. Of course, parted now for the last 2 years as 369 went back to top esports, Knight went to BLG. But what a special pairing they were back in 2023. We do have a slight CS lead over towards Knight, but it doesn't really matter that much, does it? It's only 2 in it. 369 goes towards the Caulfield's Warhammer. Instead, Knight goes towards the pickaxe. So cooldown for damage. The thought process between the two of them, the decision tree on the first back.
I still remember that insane MSI run at 23. What a time it was for those guys. 369 on the likes of the Gragas, the Aatrox. Knight, well, he's just been Knight for a very long time, hasn't he? Such an insane player. Both of these very top of their game.
Level
in the
6
LPL.
hit by 369 first, and Knight needs to just soak a little bit of XP. Does not want to lose that. Hang on a second, just use the shuriken. He actually might lose the shuriken now. Does he have any cooldown for the second one? You need a little bit of cooldown to get a second shuriken off in the duration of your shadow. Knight hits level 6 now, so he can fight back. Typically, the way that the Z versus Z 1v1 works is the person who ults last wins. If you can react to the first person's ult, and use your mobility a little bit more effectively to try and dodge out on 1 bit of damage can be very, very important. For those of you that remember back to Ryu versus Faker, of course, that was one of the key things there too.
Keep our eyes on it, of course, because it is Knight who's landed just a little bit more of that poke so far. Breaking the game, I think, but you'll note that Knight still has 2 charges on his pot, whereas 369 does not.
It's true. 369 had the better wave control for a little bit. Zed, of course, very, very good at farming because anything under the half HP takes 8% of its max HP and magic damage too, which is really, really nasty. 369 misses his shurikens there, actually. Every time you use your shadow, you are using up your most important tool in Zed's arsenal. Now, you can use it to unlock the double ability, of course. Typically, the way that Zed dies in side lanes is, oh, I want to wave clear quickly. I'm going to use my shadow, and then people jump on him because he doesn't have a shadow. So Zed, shadow usage, of course, the most important thing for Zed alongside. Stuff like that. Accuracy, ults first as Knight. 369 taking a big amount of damage.
Get around, barrier for barrier, but it's still going to get the death mark proc, and Knight makes us eat our words. He goes in first with the better poke and absolutely eviscerate. Marked for death is 369.
Goes in and 369 tries to ignore some of the damage, just can't do so. Knight gets a double shuriken at the end of the trade, get himself some place, and now this is a very hard 1v1 for 369 to win. Loses a huge wave, loses a kill, loses place. Knight, well, I mean, he is the mid laner, and he's even played at this split for the first time in his career. Now he is 1,700 gold up on 369.
He just got 3 plates there as well. 369 is going to lose a lot of this wave. 369 comes in and dabs, but that's an Eclipse and double cloth armor.
Oh, that's disgusting.
This is just a Caulfield pickaxe. That is gonna suck.
Yeah, as soon as you... He has a Warden Smile. He has a Warden Smile. It is so hard now for 369 to win. Knight can pretty much just run at him. And that's the problem. 369, because the tower shot just hit another minion there, he will have to push in the next wave. Knight has a chance to freeze now if he really wants to. Can also look for poke as well if he really wants to. Indeed he does. And he gets the double shuriken, using the Eclipse Shield to tank up the turret shot. Of course, hang on a second. Hops over at 369, going for a heavier trade. Has the wave on his side, but he doesn't win this.
It's echoing through the ages. Look at the moves. Look at the plays. Knight. What was that?
Oh my days, you can't miss those. I think you'll find he can, Sam, because it does make a grand deal of difference. Knight can actually just... Does he get a Q into the brush? I don't think he needs to. The tower will die anyway. As the tower goes down, 369 dies to the brush. Knight wins the honorary 1v1 of the Zed versus Zed, beating out his solo lane pairing of many years ago.
Oh, that was good fun. I enjoyed that a lot.
that was a very confident 1v1 from Knight. There was a brief moment where he lost control of the wave coming through onto 369. 369 punished him hard. He had a good wave crash coming through. However, Knight, just a better player at taking the trades, better at getting that poke and better at the damage calculations. I think 369, his wave control was largely very good, but Knight knew the kill angles when he saw them, built up that huge advantage after that first kill, killing 369 and got the crash and got the plates, and the game was pretty much over from that point. Really fun, though, to see the two JDG super team solo laners paying respect to each other, flashing their emotes at each other, and showing that camaraderie even on different teams now, and having a good old 1v1.
That was fun. I enjoyed that a lot. I need to move over a little bit. Meow. Hello there.
Hello there. That's hi. For those of you who are joining us still, hope you're enjoying your day here. We are the highest quality LPL stream on the stream. We stream at 40 and 40p because we can. We have the clean feed to do so, and it's a fun time.
Always nice to have that opportunity. That was good work there, I feel, from the side of Knight, who played that one. But of course, he is a Zed player in a way that 369 is not. You know what I mean? Not that I'm sure 369 hasn't played Zed in his history as a player of League of Legends, but he's a top laner. Zed top is, on the whole, not a regular occurrence.
It's not been a thing since Season 3, as I was saying, actually.
Was Zed a thing in Season 3?
Yep, Voyboy used to play it. Voyboy was one of the first players in NA to play it, actually. The big thing about Zed in Season 3 was that if you use your Shadow and the double shurikens on the wave, you get a lot of wave clear, and you'd never have to rely on like mana regen and stuff like that, 'cause you're an energy champion.
Yes.
So Zed was really good back in Season 3. You take Ignite, because all top laners took Ignite, and you were a very good duelist. And at that point, it was all about side lane dueling at that point. For a little while with your Jaxes, your Renekton, stuff like that. Oh, long time ago. So, BLG top esports, important matchup. If BLG win here today, they lock top 4. Also, for me, if they win this game, it's so important to show that they can, with the changes to the jungle, with Maokai now actually coming in confirmed to leave the organization. The coach has actually changed now.
Wow.
Can they get themselves a bounce back in the second round robin? They are 0-2 versus JDG. I don't want them to lose another game, another series rather, versus a top team. They must prove to me that they can, with this change, compete against top table teams. And top esports are at the top of it. This is your chance to prove to me pre-playoffs that you can be viewed as one of our dark horse, well, one of our real contenders rather, heading in towards the playoffs.
Did IG win? They did. Wasn't easy. And it took them a bit of work, but they did win. Now, of course, we head towards our first proper game here of BLG versus Top Esports, which, for my money, is going to be a very telling one. Because BLG were on an upward trend. They had a great win streak. It was looking good. There were some issues, as we were kind of talking about in the break. I was saying, look, they have band-aided some of the team cohesion issues by basically saying, Beishwan, go to Valhalla, we'll join you. But that is not a long-term fix for team cohesion. We saw issues in the mid-game with it. It's not using Beishwan to his best ability either and puts him in a difficult spot. And it has started to come apart just a little bit against the best team in the league. Let's see what they can do, because on paper, Top Esports should dismantle this.
Kanavi picks up his most played champion in the Shenzhou, and of course 369 on the Rumble has been an absolute sight to behold as well. Even with so many bans against it, this champion has made its way into 369's hands for the 8th time up here in Group Ascend. BLG, I want to see what they can do with Bin to try and punish the Rumble matchup on the other side. Bin, I don't think he's been the best Rumble. No. I do think that potentially, if he can just show his laning brawn, which we know he absolutely can do, that could be a big game changer here. Typically, it's not come through for something like the Ambassador, though. He's been a poor player of it. We'll see whether he gets a better gamer on it this time. Importantly so, if he chooses to lock that in.
Gwen is going to be the option, and it's going to be the trade of those. I think 369 on the Rumble is a phenomenal Rumble player, and that'll be into the track. I'll also note, for those of you who remember that JDG Super roster we were talking about, one of the big picks for Knight at the time was things like that Annie. He was so good on that champion.
Knight was by far the best Annie player in the world when it was meta. He was by far the best player. Now, it has changed a little bit. The way that you play around Flash Tibbers and the burst combo feels a little bit different to the way it was before, but Annie being that powerful, engaging mid laner has not changed. Knight getting a pick like this and being able to choose when the fights are happening himself is really important. Of course, we now have Bin on the Gwen as well, which has been historically a champion, which has been very powerful for him. gotta say, not been that impressed with it this split.
That's just into Bin in general.
Bin in general. Now,
Yeah.
now, and I don't want to say that Bin is trash, Bin is awful. That's not true. It's just that Bin was vying for best top player in the world. He was vying for it. You can argue whether it was him, Keen, Zeus, and players like that across time.
But he was in that hat.
But he was definitely up there in contention for it.
He's not right now.
Right now, he has a chance against top team in the LPL to maybe get that fire lit under him again. Because I think currently 369 is the best top laner within the LPL.
Yeah.
I think he's been very good. Him on the Rumble will be impacting those team fights. Of course, Cream has a great team fighting pick on the Azir as well. They have very good long range DPS option now for that. And Jackie Love, he actually might have walked away even with Player of the Week, actually, honestly, from some of his performance recently.
Very good.
And his laning phase has been utterly dominant, really, on stuff like the Misfortune. They have kept picking it time after time because of his laning presence.
Looking for some of that lane dominance, going towards that. I wondered whether the Jhin might be an option here with the range they had. You could really play towards that. Instead, they've gone for a little bit more wombo, a little bit more early dominance to fight into. In fairness, the likes of this Pantheon and Annie, you do want something to manage the mid game so you don't get absolutely blown out. But I might give an option here for Elk to look at the Jhin. Also can debate here that Xayah Rakan, which can be pretty good to manage some of that burst, but it will be a little short range into things like the Azir.
It is, and the Equalizer can kind of force your ult out quite easily too, which is why it's important to have Annie with the Molten Shield, Rakan with some shielding as well, to at least buy a little bit of space for you to maneuver without blowing your ultimate quite so easily. BLG, very fragile team. Actually, Top Esports quite a fragile team too. I actually wonder whether they lock in the Alistar to give themselves a little bit more tank, as the one tank really on the team. The Nautilus vaguely does that, but falls off very hard in that tankiness late game. So Chris on the Alistar, I think, would round out that composition quite well. Now you have the temporary front line of Shin's ultimate and the Alistar, both of them just kind of going into hyper tank mode for that crucial quick skirmish.
I also really rate Alistar into the likes of an Annie or a Pantheon who really want that initial burst of pick CC. They don't have follow-up CC, right? You blow your shield off, you blow your passive stun on the Annie, and then Alistar gets to press R and cleanse out of it. In fact, we saw that just last game where it was Jway on the Alistar, baited out an Impale, sat in it for a little while, got dragged towards the enemy team, and went R flash W. Like, you can do that on the Alistar, and that can be quite valuable here in those mid-game fights.
I think BLG have walked away with a strong playmaking draft. I think that Knight having Annie has always been just a touch of goal from the left hand, the golden left hand himself. For those of you that don't know, Knight plays left-handed. He used to play cross keyboard, by the way, because he didn't realize you could actually change the way your keyboards were set up. But he has been such an incredible player when he's had engaged tools to choose when the fights are happening. Often when he's been on backline majors, he's not had that same choice, and he's seen the team kind of fall apart. He's not been able to contribute to the gameplay in the same way. This is good for BLG. However, they are up against the top team in the LPL right now, who I think have the best macro in the LPL right now. They are very good at responding to plays on the map. They are very good at punishing you for seemingly small mistakes. Top Esports, 15 series wins, looking to go 16-2 total for them. BLG looking to just secure themselves a top 4 finish. They're very different trajectories from this time last year when they were going towards that spring finals for both of them. Let's see if this matchup delivers once again.
There's the music, the light show revamp for spring. Spirit Blossom is the season. We'll see exactly. We're feeling the need to go stare at the flowers afterwards. Yeah, very important one. Top Esports versus Billy Gaming. Butts in seats, folks. Eyes on screens. And the crowds will be yelling a little louder.
10秒到达战场，碾碎它。
Top Esports always there with a fairly solid fan base, but you get that when you have the likes of Jackie Love and even Crisp, right? The guy is a very handsome man and has drawn quite a lot of fans, much like Watch back in the day for the idol impression he likes to pull off.
Top Esports coming back from first stand took a huge hit in terms of reputation.
Yes, they did.
In fact, actually, their first series back, the crowd mics were actually muted by the stream to try and, I think, spare the blushes of Top Esports, because actually a lot of people were not cheering for them. The cheers died out. But look, they are clearly best team within Group Ascend based off of their form. Now, they have dropped games. However, look down there at the bottom of the map, bottom of the screen, and still have some belief in BLG, and you'd be, you know, hard-pressed to go against it. BLG had that bit of an aura behind them against saying, okay, second round robin. They went on a, what, 5 win streak or something like that. 6 win
yeah.
streak. Only just losing to JDG, which might rock the momentum a little bit. See if there's trouble in the honeymoon period. Wrestle over this early laning phase. Elkanon versus Jacklove and Crisp is a real top-tier bot lane matchup within the LPL.
Very much is, and I understand in the pre-game they're also looking at Cream v Knight. They're 2 number 1s. Damage per minute carries in the league, also doing the gold share at the end. The KDA is phenomenal, and that's fantastic. Of course, Cream having a great split, but also he's on the best team in the league, so sometimes those numbers are a little easier to come by. I think for the likes of Knight, it's often felt like he's doing that in spite of BLG suffering at the beginning of the split, and he's been on rare form of late, and it makes this matchup in mid as well another one of those really key matches.
Hang on. Knight's in rare form? What are you calling? Knight, this is just Knight for my friend, my brother. Knight is just that guy, and for me, that's why he's MVP of the split. I think for me, I don't think BLG will be anywhere close to where they are without Knight's 1v9 performances across Group Ascend, despite their problems before the jungle change, and even some of them afterwards as well. Knight has been a force unleashed for BLG. Top Esports need to make sure that this guy doesn't take over the game. And as we said before, Annie is something which he has done that on multiple times. I want to see if Top Esports can put some pressure onto him to make sure he falls behind the game.
He might have given a slight bod there, but I don't know if the feather pull would have been quite enough there to keep Jackie rooted, so that's not going to come on through. And I love that you call the Force Unleashed there. Maybe don't give that man a Wii remote. We'll start pulling Star Destroyers out of the sky to those of you who remember that particular game. And,
hey, well, Top Esports have some stars on their roster. BLG have a Star Killer. Was that a cannon miss? I think it was a cannon miss for Jackie. Shame on the...
Shame. Minus 1. Turn around, though. Good chunk onto Jackie, who's not having a lot of fun. That On's been finding some good engages, actually. Not really being punished by Crisp at all.
Well, what happened there is Chris punished Elk instead of On. So what you'll see there is On went in, Elk was CC, so he couldn't immediately pull the feathers back. That's the most important part of that trade, because it ends up meaning it's just the heal blown instead of a flash or a barrier or something like that, which could have been a little more scary. Don't want to double up here, actually, on and out. It could be a bit of a problem. Did you have the Guardian?
Elk doesn't have any mana is the other side of this, though, which can be a little problematic, and it's still Jackie with the shove. Kanavi down here has got the ward. Kanavi bot lane early, say it ain't so.
He's been doing that a lot this split now. At first stand, it was something that he was punished for. They see Baytron on Raptors. Their vision control has been good, but Kanavi's also been seen by that Tri-Brush ward as well. You know, around first stand, around Winter, I was saying actually the big weakness of this team for Top Esports was, look, they're never going to help their bot lane early, and bot lane don't play as though they're not going to get help. So there was a disconnect between the expectations of jungle and bot lane, and teams could punish them. In fact, they did at first stand. It's one of the reasons why Top Esports were bluntly embarrassed at that tournament. Kanavi has been doing a lot better now to be more responsive towards that side of the map, whilst also retaining some individual agency too.
I think it's possibly slowed down some of his absolutely insane snowballs here and there, but bluntly, when you're playing around likes of Jackie 11-369, dropping a camp, 2 camps in terms of your speed probably is worthwhile in the grand scheme of things, because again, you've drafted the Rumble, you've drafted the Misfortune, hell, even the Azir into the Annie's getting good shove. You've got the Prio, track the enemy jungler, use that information, and the priority have to get early leads.
But that hasn't actually led to an early lead is the issue for me. Single Scuffle. Kanavi took some time out of his path to go bot side instead. Baytron didn't. He got a clean recall. Kanavi was stopped on his recall. So while Top Esports had the early information from Cream and Kanavi, you know, pushing in and running wards and Raptors, XYZ, BLG actually walk away with a slight camp advantage onto Baytron, and BLG have not been punished in their lanes because that Knight should be recalling just out of vision of that, and does so. Cream doesn't have level 6 just yet, actually. He needs to be a little careful here. There could be a tip has dropped onto his head.
A bit of a shield courtesy of the Shifting Sands. And we'll be alright for now. We'll be level 6 shortly. Should get it on this wave, but Knight has got the stun available, but uses it on the wave here.
Really wants to clear it out. Now, the problem is Cream could actually shuffle him back in. That's why Baytron's coming across mid now, because there was actually a shuffle angle. Cream's now going to hold the wave. 2v2 starts.
Offside on. It's a bit of a passive heal there. She should be alright with that Gleaming Quill Q as well. So this ends up being a little bit of a scuffle over the wave, not too much more.
My big checklist for this game in the favor of, or well, either team, I suppose. The biggest things which I need to keep an eye on are laning Brawn and then the early skirmishes. Laning Brawn's actually gone very evenly so far. See that Top Esports BLG trading as good as they get across all of the lanes actually, but then the early skirmishes come second, typically influenced by that laning strength.
Jackie Love confounds meteorologists everywhere by making it rain with a pair of guns. All the while, Kanavi flashes away as they go whack on in. On has to flash out as well. Baytron now turns with the shield vault. Crisp in danger. Bird to his namesake. Down comes Knight as well. Got the passive nearly stacked. Can use the Molten Shield for the speed up. Look to get onto someone valuable here. Remember, Jackie Love, no cleanse on this build, so could get very, very jumped very, very quickly. Can they catch someone out here? Kanavi, not level 6, falls back towards the turret. Turns around the damage. In goes Tibbers. He's bright and pink. And it's Baytron with a shield vault who secures the kill on the jungler.
Oh, this is going for a bad towards. Jackie Love has flash and barrier. Can he get one back?
Nice attempt. Can't quite get a follow until the turret shot follows all the way onto On, who doesn't battle dance out in time.
Last tower shot comes through. Hang on, is there going to be a teleport behind? There is. Here comes Rumble, who has level 6. Elk might need to flash out of this one.
Baytron also now potentially in danger. They don't want to rush it.
Okay, they're safe. So wondering, that teleport means they can pick up an extra wave, which means that 369 is getting something. So, early laning strength and the brawn of these early skirmishes going in favor of BLG here. Very good read on what they can achieve in the 2v2. I think Elk and On do a great job there of staying alive long enough for their roam to make more of a difference on the big survival there. It's very, very important. Crisp outplayed in the support matchup, and of course Knight had that first roam. And the Annie, we said, it's a big playmaker. He's been one of the best players on this in the world previously. Gets a play early, which is very important.
On goes in, gets headbutt pulverized, but of course it's still Rakan with a lot of slipperiness to his champion pool. I don't know why I said that like Alan Rickman, but there we go.
That's a very good question.
There we go. We'll look back at the replay here. As they go on in, and they kind of regret their choice quite fast. A lot of flashes blowed in intriguing ways down here.
Yeah, so, I mean, the 2v2 has been very well kind of balanced between the two of them. Kanavi makes the first entry for the second time he's gone towards that bot lane. But Kanavi realizes, I can't walk into bot lane in the same way that I'd like to. Chris tries to try to interrupt the E long enough to get a clean kill. Can't quite do so. That's the biggest play in this, because it means that suddenly you don't have that extra disengaging force, the extra ability to stop a dive coming through. And Knight's got the first roam. Cream is trying to recall and get some value, but Knight gets so much more value. Oh, pushed out.
Goes up into the sky. In comes the Pantheon. Kanavi with a good crescent guard, though. Buys a lot of time. Crisp will die. Base one flashes out to safety. The shuffle comes on through, but On still going to go down eventually as the Misfortune picks that one up. Cream trying to get a couple autos down. Can't quite. And of course, they pick up that additional kill. It's a 2-for-1.
Oh, it's going to be a stun coming through from Knight as well. Elk could potentially go a little further. It's taking up one tower shot with the tip as Jackie Love forced way back. And that means that Jackie Love will not be able to claim the next wave. Again, the early skirmishes going well for BLG. When top esports lose games to BLG, it's because the early skirmishes go the way of BLG by and large. And BLG, very, very good at having multiple playmaking options to come to the party. Baytron coming in with the ultimate. Knight on the roam very fast and early. Knight been at every big play so far in the early game. Has been very crucial for them. There's Annie coming up with dividends. And the important thing is, it's the gold going to Elk at the end of it. The end result is Elk getting fed. And this Sire, Elk being fed, is nasty as hell for top esports to deal with.
Okay, 369 going to try and punish Knight. Was a little bit late to this bot side wave because of the fact that they'd played that top side. Equalizer comes down, not that effective. Knight gets his stun. On's there. No! It's all gone wrong.
On has been a man unleashed as well on the Rakan. Knight good damage calculations, has the Molten Shield to get out of the Equalizer. 369 clearly thought that Chris would be there earlier than On, and he was right that Chris was there early, but he didn't realize how quick On was going to be on the roam as well. On's Rakan has been incredibly important for BLG, although Knight actually has his stance, does have a stun, but under turret.
Gets Knight down about half, overcomes this Shinzao, who won't quite have flash, but will have a Wind Becomes Lightning and an audacious charge, but I think with On still around, it's a bit problematic. Force Knight to back away a little bit here, but nice attempt there from Chris, I'll give him that.
Really well played early game from BLG on the whole. I think Knight and On, the way that they both move around the map has been absolutely crucial. As we were saying before, the multiple playmaking opportunities from BLG, typically the way that they come away with these snowball wins. It's been a while since we've consistently seen BLG like this. Typically, in this split, BLG would be down 2 kills to 6 at this point in the game, and they'll have to kind of claw their way in through some nasty side lane plays later, and they didn't quite have the brawn to make that work. This is what we wanted to see from BLG back on form. I think it really helps having Baytron on that global ultimate as well, so even though he might not always be in perfect positions, it's the chemistry is yet to be built up perfectly. The fact that he can be there with the ultimate kind of papers over that fact a little bit. Dragon's now going to get started.
In the early games, for my money, haven't been as problematic with Baytron. They've often found bits like this, which have been great. The mid games, I've had some issues with. There's been some serious throws.
May I remind you of Baytron going into Raptor steals, dying, and then throwing the whole game, getting 5k behind.
That's fair. There was... Oh, well, not 369 dying. You might have to wait a second here as he's rolling a couple threes. Flashes away. There's still some scissors to cut him down. Can't quite speed out with the phase rush and a Nimbus cloak.
That is a tilter. That's a tilter. Don't think he expected Bin to teleport down to the plane. Now the problem is you have the 3 grubs for BLG, which they claimed earlier, used now to get a huge amount of gold and potentially the whole first turret on the next wave. Knight will teleport over to the other side of the map. I don't think they can do much to stop him there. Maybe if Alistair were there with ultimate, he's not there right now. Knight should just be able to clear out through the wave, and his wave clear actually, you know, fairly significant once you get a bit of AP and some levels into your W, the cone thing. The cone of cold from D&D, except
that's disintegrate. Yes.
That's the one. Gets through that wave well.
That's the one. Well, we'll see if base run on the Pantheon side of the match at this time. The last time I remember the 5k gold throw by BLG when they engaged horribly at the bot lane. Like, they've done that a little bit, and again, for all what the early games have gotten better, not perfect, but they've gotten on the whole better. Again, that horrible Raptor invade notwithstanding in recent weeks, the streak had largely been predicated on those good snowballs beginning, and then some mid-game questionable overforces, shall we say.
Reminder of why these games are important, by the way, because I was reminded of stakes, but like the cow kind in chat. BLG, if they win this series, will lock top 4. They will lock top 4 and get themselves immediately into the double elimination portion of playoffs, which is actually the way that playoffs used to work. The top 4 would get you through to that portion of the competition. I believe, no, was it top 2 would get you there, and top 4 was likely to get you to it. That was the one. Yeah, I remember how playoffs work. Top Esports have already locked themselves first seed. They are playing for pride. However, these kind of games are really important. It's the last stop you get before playoffs comes through to really prove you can play with the best of them.
On throws down the quick. Crescent Guard buys time for Kanavi, and he's now split off from his squad. Topside, Creed now looking at Knight. He was down a level because he's done a lot more roaming, but the damage, absolute foul there, gets the stun into Tibbers. That combo really nasty right now.
And now he's on the weak side of the map with like a 3rd HP. Crisp has popped his ult early, actually, predicting some more damage to come through. Crisp really struggling on the Alistair. This is a huge support diff.
Feel like it, but the team in general just split touched a little bit here. Cream, of course, left about half HP as the needles keep flying.
It stops his recall.
And now Cream, unfortunately, much like the dessert, will eat a lot. I'm going to say eat a lot of needles. I don't think most desserts have needles in, but maybe they do for Top Esports. Jackie with a barrier! Make it rain! Slow stays alive!
I have no idea how Jackie managed to stay alive through that one. Surely there should have been that extra bit of damage, but even 1,000 gold ahead, Elk can't quite get himself a full kill. Looked like it was ult for ult trade. Jackal will be able to come back with the Bloodthirster and stay alive in that mid lane. I love to see top LPL teams take the mechanical checks. They are players that should be good enough to put that on the line and say, look, I'm better than you. I can play my champion well. Catch this. Both AD carries try and go towards that in the mid lane. But more importantly, in the top lane, Knight does the same thing. Knight roaming early, making plays, surviving on the side lane too with the help of On, and this time just completely bodying Cream. Cream is 0-2-1. He's 1.5k behind. Knight is incredibly fed with a 10-stack Dark Seal, which puts him another 700 gold ahead of him artificially as well, just from those stacks. This is a huge mid and support bit.
Of course, Feats' strength got picked up a little while ago, courtesy of the turret and, of course, those early kills. They're in a great spot right now, 4,500 gold up. The leads are looking unlikely to slow down anytime soon. The Gwen also now involved a bit as well as really helping her.
Yeah.
Set of kills. Then comes the Pantheon. That's very deep, but it does force people away from the tier 1, and that's enough, I think.
A little bit worried I was thinking, mate, you're going to get punted into tower. On going forwards now.
Comes that teleport, 369 down, and the equalizer. Oh, BLG, the mid-game forces can sometimes be a bit scary. They'll throw down some stuns. Knight still holding on to this. Flashes with disintegrate. Doesn't land it onto Jackie, but Christmas still split off. Bin with the hallowed mist. Also creates a sanctuary away from Jackie and Kanavi. And despite it looking a little bit dicey, BLG get away with it.
That's less of an equalizer, more of, you know, set value to 0. At 369, gets no value with the ultimate. He's 0-3-0. The Rumble, which he's had so much success on. Every team has had so much success on, it feels like, across the world for like, how goddamn many years. And Rumble's been so OP. Gets nothing done. This should have been the fight for top esports. This is a clump into a choke point. Alistair holding the front line with the ultimate down to. It just doesn't get enough done. I think there could have been like a bit more of a vertical line, diagonal, bottom right to top left, and maybe that would have got more value. You also didn't have the bullet time in this though. If you had the bullet time, that could have been it. And let's be honest, I suppose BLG took the fight knowing that was down.
I do get that 369 was trying to catch Elk there as his primary target, but didn't get more than a single tick, and it wasn't enough. That'll be dragging to BLG as well. They're now at 2. The snowball continues, and it doesn't show any sign of stopping. Looking like an avalanche right now.
This is very difficult for top esports to play, because now you have a point where you have to overforce to get basic cooldowns from BLG. Now, if you force very hard, maybe you can get some defensive peel out of Rakan, and more importantly, something like the summoners and the ultimate out of Desire. If you can manage that, that's a huge win for you. When Elk has everything available with this kind of lead, he is very rarely the person to throw a game like that. I do get worried when Elk is put under pressure. He's behind the game. He's more likely to do that, don't get me wrong. But I think in this kind of game, that's a problem. And also, the secondary issue now is, too, you have to kill not just Desire, but the Annie. This Annie is fed enough to also carry a team fight. For those of you that haven't seen as much Annie in the recent patch, they do one-shot people. It's going to teleport to this top side, and 369 is probably dead.
369 gets to walk fast enough where the needles didn't tag him at all, so no additional slow, which I think would have been enough
killed.
then.
I was expecting one of the last 2 points of the needlework to hit, not quite accurate enough there from Bin. And that will actually, importantly, open up a bot lane outer turret for Cream to take for free. That will be an objective bounty, and Yzir gets a little bit more gold in pocket, which is so needed for top esports.
Bullet time drop mid to clear the way, but the problem is there's still a Herald that's about to charge on in, and you've got 3 grubs. There will be mites coming on down. Knavi now looking for an angle, but Bait one in the Herald, so not necessarily the easiest jump target. They will take that turret, jump onto the Jins out, try to turn around. The quickness comes on down. Knavi flashed after the Crescent Dart, hits himself alive for a second, gets into the Herald for a second or two, but it immediately dies. But hey,
Another turret.
And they get another turret, and all the while they can head topside again.
You do have Elk's flash coming back up now too. So top heels had hang on a second. Is that a problem? Maybe not. Here comes 369. Maybe they can find another choke point fight.
Chris, headbutt back onto On, but he just gets to flash and then battle down to where the equalizer is solid. 369 doesn't have flash, so can't get over the wall to really threaten. Cream still got a shuffle flash out from Baiton, but it means he's not here. They can't find him though, and I'm not sure they knew he flashed. Now actually look at Elk stepping on forward with the deadly plumage. Can look for some more feathers. It's a bird of prey over the shuffle as well. 369 still waiting at the grunt camp though, as Baiton throws a spear.
Very lucky escape there from Cream, as Knight doesn't get the stun onto him with the Tibbers. It's a low cooldown. Sure, it's not the biggest cooldown to use now at this point with all of his cooldown, but still. Cream gets out alive, importantly. 369 overstays though.
We're looking to try and play for the wave, and they just can't. Grand Starfall comes on through, and 369 has a mech that has been punctured. Eat better drill.
Not going to lie, these are the kind of fights which could throw the game for BLG. I'm still a little bit worried that they're walking into these choke points. The equalizers feel like they should be game ending. It's just the follow-up to pin them in place that hasn't really been there. Now, see, top esports, they're trying to use this brief moment with every ultimate down from BLG to push out some lanes, but even then they're getting punished quite, well, being threatened on the push-up.
I think you've kind of hit on a very important point there, because I think the answer is we've seen BLG lose those in recent weeks in the mid-games. It is very throwable. For all, we're still seeing some great hands from BLG. They are winning them. The snowball is fantastic. They're up 6,000 gold. Some of these moments are riskier, I think, than perhaps they need to be, giving potential windows back in for top esports. I'll note 1.5 minutes until soul point. It's not like BLG haven't won the fights that they have taken. It's got them to a very strong point. They've got 2 items across the board. Look in the inventory of Knight. That Dark Seal is fully stacked. Medjai's on Annie. When you already get a lot of move speed courtesy of the Molten Shield, can be very annoying to manage.
He's had those 10 stacks for about 5 minutes too. He stacked this thing early as hell. Reminder, the biggest plays in this early game were On and Knight, just turning up unexpectedly very quickly around the map. It was very, very potent. Knight, of course, gets a bunch of free magic pen from his ultimate too, so he doesn't even need to go towards like an early voice staff or whatever into like the quadruple merc that's coming through. On, he's caught out a little bit here, but Rakan is kind of unpickable.
Trying to play him out. Crisp is, again, living a little bit too close to his namesake here. He's ready salted, folks. All the while, the Empress Divide comes on down. Oh, and goes down, and there's the Eagle Eye after the bullet time. Not awful. Forces Elk and Bait run away. Keeping Bin split off, but the Hallow Mist buys a lot of time, trying to slow him down. I've got a lot of needles running. The needles buy a lot of space, but they are still down. Remember, and the health bars aren't fantastic. Atakan is there. 40 seconds to work with. The top esports want to force that a thing. Doesn't look like it.
I'm surprised that Knight didn't choose to just kill the Alistair as he flashed forwards. Misses 369. Hexgate over now. Knight down a flash. Missed a couple of them this game, actually. We talked up his Annie pretty big. Missed a couple of those big stuns now.
Oops.
Top esports end of that play. Get themselves 1 for none. great timing on for that knock up onto Cream just as he came out of the teleport. Problem wasn't quite clean enough to stop the ultimate coming through, get a ton of damage. So on and at night we were just praising the both of them. So 369 very, very nearly caught on the recall there, but somehow got the advanced notice. I guess because the Atacon was aggroed and he spotted someone walking up towards him. Baitron did just use that ultimate, forced the flash out of Cream.
Yeah, that was a big one there. And go towards the Dragon with Cream not having that flash, but I think we might be looking at another fight. Knight does have the ult available, and of course that stun is fully stacked, ready to go. Control wards being poured over in the banana bush.
No equalizer.
Have it. No equalizer, and that means Dragon. Sole point for Billy Gaming.
On the Hextech Soul as well, that is not what she wants, because every time you get into a fight now, that Chain Lightning, the slow is a killer. Such a killer.
Taste my lightning, player.
Slightly ruder than that. You are really going towards the Jack Black lines recently. Hey, he's a very quotable person. Very quotable person. So, the game has actually calmed down a fair amount from the early game. We are still 6,000 gold to the advantage of BLG in this current game. The upgraded boots coming through from Knight, actually, choosing to go towards the feats of strength upgrade to the Ionian boots. They're cheaper.
A lot more efficient than they used to be.
A lot more efficient than they were. Less impactful, but more efficient, which means that often people will upgrade them a little earlier on. Very hard to pick off, as we were saying before, trying to clear out a bit of that warding. Doesn't quite manage to get that one on the Takan. Navi starts to go towards this. Recall coming in from Baitron doesn't have ult. They might have just caught a window, but the jungle's not there.
Trying to get back. Of course, Hex Gates are a thing. Makes things a little bit tricky to stay in range. I'm not sure whether they've tracked Baitron's ult back cleanly and actually told people to pull off it. They could have had a window there, and the observers knew it. BLG, however, didn't have their jungler on vision, though, so top people didn't know.
It's just really hard to catch out one side of the pincer. BLG are just saying, look, okay, you're not going to pick up the Rakan that easily. He's going to stay on the flank. You can't combo him down that well. And he can still teleport in at some point, and it's choosing to now. It's a little bit far on the teleport location. The Atacon might be down already.
Crisp seen a lot of damage there. Will headbutt in. Not quite as Kanavi that is securing it in the end. The bullet time after Solid, though, makes it a little bit trickier, as they are still now down 2 members. Atacon secure, but at what damn cost? Creep doing his best to find some value, but Baitron already got the shield bolt down, and it's BLG who win the fight, despite his calling on the smite.
4 for Atacon, and that's not a worthwhile trade. Atacon doesn't win you games in the way that it could do on previous patches. Top Esports lose everyone in the fight, and it's so hard to disengage from so many engage options. L doesn't even need to get a clean flash route. He just needs to flash in for auto attacks. He is so fed on this side, especially now after that fight too. BLG will stick around, use their 3 grubs, take another inner turret, and Top Esports, if that's their one big fight that they were looking for, it does not really feel like they got any value out of it.
That is unfortunate. I want to see the replay there, because it got very frustrating past a certain point. I think the other thing is just check Crisp's health bar through that fight start of our page, because Atacon keeps draining him away.
Knight finally goes towards the Magi's as well to get all right. Okay, go on then. Gets himself some move speed on top of it. So, 2.5 minutes until Dragon. BLG get an inner turret. They get to push in across the map. Top Esports have not been able to enter BLG's side of the map for a very long time. Top Esports only have a single turret taken in this one. It's been very dominant from BLG. The thing which confuses you on the kill field here is that an objective bounty has a yellow border, and typically that is your steal.
Yeah.
It is not the case here, because what it is the team securing it when they are behind the game. So it's not a steal. It is very confusing, though. Go into the big fight, big play here. Elk ends up surviving through the Azir ult, which means that Jackal has no chance to kind of turn and burn onto a single target when another one can't hit him. So good ultimate there from Elk to make sure that he's still in the fight.
Could have been a lot worse there. I got baited by the yellow border, I'm not going to lie. Sorry.
It's not the first time, and you are not the only caster who have done so. Now, I've trained myself for these moments, because I've seen too many other people fall prey to their nasty color language. You know, like...
I'm not going to lie. The other thing was, I had a slightly awkward position where I was leaning into the mic to get myself in a good position. And man, I didn't quite catch the right-hand side of the screen properly.
Oh,
so I
was going to look for it. It's the only thing which tells you who seals the goddamn objective.
It was a foolish mistake. Another way, Baitron, on vision here himself, doesn't have the flash, burned it in the last play, but just shielding people. Does have that ability to Grand Starfall towards, say, something like Bin, so you can see what his angle is here. Knight was on vision. Getting himself into a little bit of danger coming on over. They'll get an Electro Harpoon. That's about it for now.
Yeah, Knight could have used the stun onto Chris, but wants to make sure he's got his ability to stun someone up with a big play. He's actually been very disciplined with his stuns onto the Alistair. He doesn't want to put his damage into the Alistair, potentially get ulted, get ult comboed by the Alistair and then have no stun up available after that point. So I actually wonder whether he should have been a little bit more aggressive onto Crisp, though. Just remove that tool, knowing that he's safe with the members behind him. Knocker comes through. This is a choke point, though. And they go quickly out of it. So the equalizer, bullet time could have been huge as Kanavi went forwards there and used the ults.
Quite quick on the trigger pull this game, and I don't necessarily blame him, as he's got to try and play frontline, especially with Crisp kind of being permanently down ult as well, because BLG have been pretty unrelenting here in terms of blowing a lot of those cooldowns. Zaya now at the Infinity Edge on top of things like those early Flicker Blades. Puts her in a position where she can just get through those rotations so damn fast. And no one building armor right now, so with the exception of the arm guard, feeling pretty good here to just go through the raw damage build. And that's Soul being picked up by BLG in real way for top esports to contest.
Damn, I mean, normally we have like extended setups for the Soul top is to say, look, there is no way we're going to fight from this. And the Panther comes in, might not even win it after.
Jackie's in trouble, gets stunned up, doesn't find a fantastic angle to turn around as the lightning begins to fly. So does the flyer. Every bad weather. Herman flash up forward with the disintegrator as Cream in a desperate spot. Gets the wind becomes lightning out and tries to slide away and does so, but it's not Jackie about to dry as the feathers hold him in place. And the AD carry falls. Crisp now being hit by a load of needles as well, and that ensures that
the JDG Knight Classic gets the Annie combo midway through the fight. The stun onto Cream ends up putting him down, and Top Esports have no way to contest the battle.
And straight on over to it. Kanavi does have a ability to audacious charge into the back of the pit. Look for a moment. 3k HP, not quite yet. Wind becomes lightning, misses. How? He missed that, he just missed time, it. Kanavi gets knocked up, Crescent Guard comes on down, and they'll blow him up.
Baron briefly regenning, but not enough. So that is going to be a huge fight for BLG. They claim the Baron, they can walk back towards their base, get huge item breakpoints. Yet again, you'd have to imagine. And look to close out this first game. The Azir turret being put up provides a little bit of a safe spot. The most important thing is this is something that Knight would do all the time back on JDG with Annie. You think the initial engage is over, but he has just that extra bit of engage to make sure the fight goes on. That snap engage in the middle of the fight. Elk gets the combo up with the extra feathers too, but the fight really starts again because Top Esports think the fight is done. Knight says no.
And Ben still got a load of needles to work with and pins Crisp to the board. I thought it was just butterflies you pressed. Apparently it's pals as well. That was the line I was trying to go for and fumbled mid-fight.
You press leaves as well, I guess, or flowers. On, you're not catching this guy. He is very, very mobile. I think On has been absolutely exceptional. On the Rakan, he has been very, very crucial to BLG. BLG have often lived and died by the form of On because he has such a high ceiling, such a low floor at the same time. Great read there from L2. Cream on the other side. Sadly for Top Esports, Cream has barely influenced this game. Barely influenced it at all.
It's not like he's played truly awfully. He's gotten a lot of like individual gold in terms of the CS. You know,
yes and no.
Like the shuffles haven't been there. He's not stayed alive in fights.
Yeah, it's a hard comp to play when you're behind. However, he couldn't do anything against Knight when Knight was roaming early. He didn't get any lane advantages and didn't stop Knight from roaming as well. I think either of them would have been highly valuable. And in the late game, he's not been able to team fight at all. Yeah. No value out of this Azir pick. It's been very painful for Top Esports, seeing that their mid laner has done effectively nothing this game.
A 20 CS lead at 15 is nice, but when the kills on the other side have been problematic, and Cream again chunks out here, we were worried a little bit about the range discrepancy this game. So problematic when the poke can do this. And Bin will get to walk into mid lane and snap out that inhibitor.
Hex stack. Baron buff, 5 members strong, pushing down for 2 inhibitors. Top Esports, you have had your chance at comeback fights. It is a shut door now, and I don't think a window's been open to replace it. Walking in, they don't have the Annie flash to really push the fight in, but they'll get themselves triple inhibitors as Bin cleans up the bot lane.
Pick up another one. Good news for them as BLG throw a lot of feathers. Crisp ults, but feels a little bit late for that one. Down to 10% HP already. Doesn't get any value additionally out of that. I suppose stays alive is the honest answer. Let's go back to the fountain to heal back up. Will not be tanked in the slightest now, coming into what could be the final stand here for Top Esports.
There are so many waves crashing against the defenses of Top Esports. Alk has the ultimate, he has a Ricard, and he has a kill.
There comes the deadly plumage, and we said without the ult he wouldn't be all that tanky. He tanks a couple turrets. Off for the damage here is done. 5v4. Must Top Esports try and defend this base. Indigo is on, and everyone else is switched off in short order. The barbecue, no more gas in it. Rumble has gone very still, and the rest of the team tries for something. It's a good shuffle from Cream, but it's the only one we've seen this game. The base falls, and BLG strike first against Top Esports.
In an important series to lock top 4 for BLG, they strike hard and they strike first. This is their last chance to prove against Top Esports before playoffs whether they are up to snuff. They've made changes both in jungle, on the Rift, and in coaches off the Rift. Maybe we learn a little bit more today about where the ceiling of this team now lies with the new outfit. Baytron in for Wei, who struggled throughout the early split, and of course last split as well. Maokai now out in the coaching staff as well, confirmed. He's not going to be subbed in and out. He's just gone at this point. Top Esports were blown apart. That was not close. I think that the bot lane of BLG and the mid lane roams from Knight are where this all started. The initial 2v2 and the 2v3 play, immaculate from Elkin on. It bought a lot of time from Kanavi down towards that bot lane. They punished Crisp. Knight got rolling as well by influencing the plays, and they never looked back. This is classic BLG early game plus skirmish combo snowball.
And I think it's good to see particularly people like Elkin on have strong laning phases. At their best, they have been some of the best knife fighters in the LPL. They are not a slow grind out your lane, or even something like necessarily your Draven players per se, where it's all in. They are about kind of taking those really close fights and winning them anyway. They trust themselves, they back themselves to take those close plays and just say, actually, it's not a 60-40 for us, it's an 85-15, and we'll take that every day of the week. And that hasn't landed that well of late, but seeing those moments feels really good. It was paired up well with the jungle and mid lane. I think Knight linking up very well with Baytron that game, and that's great news. I think for BLG, if they're playing like this on a more regular basis, I need to see them do a little bit more than just that.
And on the side of Top Esports, you cannot allow early games to be this volatile against you. You must have a way to keep Knights down, because this was an absolutely massive mid-diff. An absolutely massive mid-diff. Cream did basically nothing that game. Whereas Knight, yes, he missed a couple of stuns later into the game. He'd done the damage by that point. He roamed early. He managed to kill Cream on the side lane as well. Knight completely butchered them on the Annie, which we knew was a big pick for him in the past. I also think the 2v2 needs a bit of shaping up too. Chris was absolutely diffed by On. I guess you just hope that On gets a worse game in game 2. Sometimes one of the ways you beat BLG is let On beat them for you in the negative way, you know?
And I think the other side of that for me is I have to call out Kanavi. Multiple looks bot, and Kanavi did jack all.
Jesus Christ, Elk's damage! 1,000 damage per minute! What the heck?
Over 1k damage a minute. That's what you love to see.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm sorry, when you're doing less damage than Rakan on Shinzao as well, that is not it, Kanavi. Multiple looks bot on Vision every time. Failed it. Crescent guards were awful. That is not what I expect from Kanavi. That was poor stuff from him.
Yeah.
He was the early game talisman. He was supposed to be that and didn't get anything.
Yeah, I think particularly when he had Vision on Baytron and looked towards bot lane, this is actually the play which largely wins the game, because Kanavi is making this play, and, you know, enemy jungle is farming your, well, was farming your up. It wasn't this one, it was actually slightly before this point. But Kanavi was not getting the most out of his early clear. One of the most confident points I am in his game, of course in this play as well. This is the first of many Knight roams across the map. Comes up for another kill. Kanavi just used that flash, point and click stun, bunch of damage onto him, basically just dead from that. The early game read from BLG was excellent. Top Esports need to do much better.
Well, get your pilk out, folks. It's time to celebrate Pilky Gaming. They're under new management.
Oh, Jesus.
And it's looking fantastic. Anyone got that emote in chat?
Oh my god. yeah. For those of you who are new to the channel, Pilk is Pepsi and milk, and it is, for some reason, a drink which people love to talk about here.
There was a particularly deranged day, and then we have
Bisto and milk. No!
Milk.
Oh, God.
Sorry, no!
Not bilk, not... Oh, God. That's just awful.
If you want to know why people think the British can't cook, it's statements like that.
Yeah.
That.
Bisto.
Oh.
Bisto.
Bisto is actually how that one goes.
That's just horrifying. Just horrifying. Well, very strong game from BLG game 1. Top Esports need to do
better.
A whole lot of early game management. I don't hate the draft, but you must do better in the early game than this. And I think that, yeah, a huge mid and support diff this game.
Not to put too fine a point, they had just say as well, I think Kanavi was absent. Like, that's 3 lanes that just got horribly diffed.
Yes, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really feel like there's much Kanavi could do after a certain point. I think after the first, you know, at that level 5 death under turret and stuff, after that point, game's kind of done. Maybe there's some stuff you could have done just before that, but yes, not the best there from what I was saying beforehand. Probably the best jungler on form right now in the LPL.
And you get this other side, like, you had 3 lanes of prior, and this is what you managed to do to our esports. The Annie outroams you, the Xin Zhao is absent from most of these plays. You're like, Rakan is everywhere. Like, this is a problem. It should not have happened. Yes, post a certain point, it gets a lot harder, don't get me wrong, but you had a platform to work with, and they wasn't really utilized. Anyway, what the F is Bisto? Bisto is a brand of gravy. It's gravy granules, so rather than making it from scratch, you can use this instead with hot water and the granules, and it's quite useful. It's quite a famous brand, and it's got a very famous catchphrase, which is, Bisto, which has been on adverts for like 100 years or something stupid like that. And so the idea of basically putting gravy granules in hot milk to create bilk is diabolical in the extreme. So for the non-Brits out there, that is what Bisto is.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it, I have no defense.
And now we wait for MVP. Now I think it's between mid and support. I think both of them are absolutely insane. I guess it could be. I mean, his early runs are insane. I love seeing his Annie back. I think his Annie is one of, if not the best Annies in the world. Of course, Yago was great at it too, because that's how they kind of reached MSI actually in their place, made it to MSI finals. Worth noting, folks, that Yago beat Chovy and Faker in an Annie meta, and then Knight beat him as well. Like, Knight and Yago were the best Annie players in the world, better than even the gods of the Korean mid lane of Knight and Chovy for that point.
Knight actually ended up down 400 gold at the end of the game because of the value that Green got off the last shuffle.
Because basically what happens to Knight in this game is like, well, you know, I've made my plays, reached 2 items. Basically, once Annie reaches 2 items plus boots, she doesn't really need anything else if you're not forced to. Just give it to the Gwen and the Zaya. So basically that's what happens. You have your cooldown, you have your damage at that point. You have such ridiculous playmaking with your cooldown at that point anyway. You don't necessarily need the one-shot value after that point. And yeah, he does end up down in gold.
Because he was up 2,200 gold, and this shuffle in a second legitimately gets Cream 2,300 or so gold. It's ridiculous.
Jackalove is also vocal though. Jackalove is known to be a kind of guy that is vocal up until things start going badly, because he's actually quite an emotional player from my understanding of it. So sometimes when games go poorly, he can kind of stop communicating. And this is a thing which... So for instance, when Upset was ill back last split, he was very vocal for Fnatic, and then he... yeah, that's a lot of modes towards mid lane. But yeah, basically when Upset was ill last split, a lot of the comms fell apart with it. So if Jackalove is put under a lot of pressure, starts falling behind, or the plans don't work out, sometimes it can really affect the whole structure of top esports. Wait, what about Biscoff? Biscoff spread. Biscoff... No, that's not the Lotus spread, is it, Biscoff? Also, yeah, Bovril is like drinkable gravy. Okay, I gotta go put some pre-roll efforts on. I want to see Knight play with Paze so bad. I mean, Paze is arguably the best AD carry within the region right now. He's doing fantastically well. But then again, I kind of wanted to see Knight play with all the best players in the world, because the guy's really good. Oh, Biscoff is Lotus, right, okay. Yeah. Biscoff's not bad, I don't mind it. Okay, let's play some words on stream, why don't we? I say that, I know a lot of you are getting... Wait, do we have to wait until ads are over? Maybe. Maybe I have to wait until that comes off of ads then. I mean, there's a lot of you who are subs anyway, but... Okay, I'll start it when it gets like 1 minute or something. Hopefully we're okay. Okay, level 15 where it gets harder. Oh, whatever, we'll start now. Oh, whatever, we'll just start now. If we lose, we lose. We'll start again. Let it not be said that I... What the heck?
TCL 皇冠战马更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞当然有我，有能量当然战马。
Okay, so L, A, S, and S are both okay. Top is favored to win game 2? Ah, I don't know about that. I mean, they'll be on blue's side, but... Sasa Lele! Sasa Lele! Visual. Is that an... Oh, I is hidden. I is hidden. And then Z is fake. And there's vials as well, if anyone wants to pick up the, thing. Anything else? Oh, saliva. Oh, it's because L is... no, L's not fake. Which one's... oh, it's the Z's are fake. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Technically, Lassie as well. Lassie's a kind of drink. Well, if... I mean, this is kind of what happens when On has a good day, man. On, I wish On could play like this every game. He's so damn good. Nice. We'll play one more. We can run out of Red Bull. Okay. Oh, that can't be true because there's no second end. Oh, it's only 5. Oh, God. Stein. Okay. Oh, nice to know that they're all good. A second S. Damn, okay. But that's nothing we don't have already, right? Ew, Nestle. Who wins game 2? Look, these are 2 top teams. It's hard to tell. These are 2 top teams. Like, top esports are known to have an off game. BLG are very inconsistent too. Like this is the beauty of LPL, is that it's actually very hard to tell between who's going to come in stronger, even in multiple games in a series. Well, top esports are going to get a blue side. That's a slight bonus to them. You're not going to have Knight's Annie or On's Rakan, so maybe that's a negative to BLG as well. I think top esports got hard draft gaps by the end of it. So obviously there's going to be some buffs in regards to that later on. Ooh, damn, Density and Destiny. That's good stuff. There's a lot of D-start words. Oh, so close. Close. Alright. We can do maybe one more round. Maybe not. Okay, we'll do one more round because it's rank 1. Should be fine. Mame is with an I. Rhea. Huh. It's the name of a god, right? But Rhea's one of the titans. Can we get away with one? Whatever, we can get away with one more, surely. Just gotta be quick, right? Okay, good stuff. Going well. Hope you all can do Worlds. I mean, I'd love to be able to co-stream MSI, because I know I'm not working MSI, but I'd like to be able to co-stream if I can, but I don't know who to contact about that. I should probably contact well in advance, because they like to decide that stuff. Yeah, long in advance. Rehang, that's a thing? I guess it is, makes sense, yeah. There's got to be a start word at the top of these, right? Or maybe not. Gone. Gear. Yeah, no. I guess it'd be gnaw. Gnaw is not a word, I guess. What a word? Nope. Okay, well. We got one word left. Surely it's just alphabetical, right? Oh, it's Rhea again. Oh yeah, we had that again. We're learning words today, folks. That's the wrong thing. Let's not do that. That's bad. Okay, go for this. Alrighty. We need you. Hey, did I run adverts? Yes, I did. Cool. Draft, into draft we go again. So, Toppies was on blue side, which is a big buff to them. Nico support, obviously very, very potent in terms of laning phase. Between these duos, I actually wonder whether something like the... I think Renata has a premium for these two supports, you know? Poppy banned away from BLG. Big for both support and jungle. I think BLG, more and more I think about it, the more I really need them to be on to be on comfort. He won't have the Alistar, won't have the Rakan, which are two of his best champions. So, Nidalee banned away from Kanavi. There is stuff like the Sejuani available to both junglers, and they have been getting some good value out of that. If you go towards the Sion, I guess that means there's typically only the Auric, which is anti-tank, and that's already gone. Does Ben have an anti-tank option, or does he go towards the Shen instead? 369 has been very, very good on tank matchups. He's been incredibly good on this. He's been winning almost all of his tank matchups. He is one of the best tank players of all time. One of the very best at it. In fact, it really was the story of BLG versus JDG, which was about kind of being on carries, 369 on tanks, and 369 getting better value for his team. It's the Lilia for Beige one, which is an anti-tank pick. Good engage too. You can go towards Lilia Yona if you really wanted to. Oh, with Varus up, and you gotta go Varus. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, of course. Very good ability to kill tanks if they do lock in something like the Sejuani or another frontliner. You can always go towards poke as well. Play double poke, technically, between the Lilia and the Varus. Very powerful. Viego for Kanavi. Now that's a different thing. You can play towards a reset comp. You need strong engage and first pick potential. Taliyah's not bad. You can separate out the team, wall off one member, kill them, get the reset and roll through it. Or get a pick out of a bush and then use the Taliyah ult to follow on the fight. Sion and Taliyah is very good at walling off one area, that's Sion coming into force and engage. Very good against Varus, who doesn't have a flash, an easy way over the wall. If he doesn't have flash, he's pretty much just dead in the water. I actually wonder whether Bin needs to go towards something like a Cassante instead, you know. I know Cassante's been big for Arla, not been big for many players, but you need a way to deny this easy engage. You need it. I actually wonder whether Bin needs to go towards Cassante in this game. Just have that ability to go unstoppable, tank the damage, fall back, allow yourself to have a front line to play around. Second round, the Renata banned away by BLG. I guess it really helps with the Viego. They could have taken the Renata themselves, though. Even with the poke Varus, would have been fine. Some strong individual top laners have been banned away with the Renekton. Could ban the Gnar as well. Been a very, very good Gnar player over his history. BLG, are they still worried about lane dominance from bot side? They have a weak side top laner. Could potentially play towards the lane dominant bot side. The Ezreal for the Ezreal Calm is gone now. It's one of the better options is the Varus. I think top is what's going to ban away Gnar. I think Gnar is really, really good ban here. Gnar is one of the champions that can still hurt Sion in side lanes. Mixed damage, percent HP. Good mobility to get out of the engage in the skill shots of Sion. And Bin is very good at it. They banned the Cassante set. We did say the Cassante was actually very good here. Because frontline is the other option you have. You have no frontline right now. Rel can get over the wall, can be limited frontline, is somewhat tanky. Hi Ari, hi Soraka. I think Rel's better than Leona, because Rel can... I don't know. Because at least you can get over the wall. Aatrox for Bin, I feel like he just gets separated out that way. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Isn't this Viego pick complete Griff? I don't think it is when you have Talia Sion separating someone out from the rest of the team. You know, Lilia can't cross walls, Varus can't either. If they don't have flash, it's a big problem. Any kind of long-range follow-up pick from Jaculov now is good. I think Jhin is fine, given there's no tank on the side of BLG. You know, the Rel is not that tanky. Jhin is going to do a lot of damage, and if you do hit someone with Sion, Talia, they do get picked onto very easily. This is a very good initiation draft from Top Esports. They go towards the Nautilus again. Just get that one pick. The Nautilus ults onto someone. Nautilus can set up that first kill for Kanavi on that reset. You need a front line from BLG somewhere, I think. Unless you need to just... Unless you want to just say, well, I'm going to beat the Sion in the side lane. Ornn is the last room. Well, no, you have Ornn and Shen. Ornn's decent at disengage, but just not tanky enough. So you want to beat the side lane and just hope that the rest of the team can survive? Goes towards the Ornn. Wants to help more towards this. Doesn't go towards the Unbest, so it goes towards the Ornn. So it is tank versus tank. Go back 2 years ago to JDG versus BLG. Bin versus 369. And I would have called you an absolute fool for saying that Bin would pick a tank. 369 has always been the tank guy. Criticized Bin after beating him so many times back to back, saying, look, you play for the 1v1s, I play for the team, and I win. BLG, they need to be very, very aware that if they get caught off by a Talia ultimate, they die. Talia and Sion can force fights very, very well. Top Esports are typically very good at planning advance to draw in those kind of engages. And of course, they can leverage off of that. They can rather launch pad off of it by having the Kanavi resets, the Viego resets. BLG, a team that can very much find skirmishes on their own. They have long-range engage tools. They have Varus, which I would imagine would be poke Varus. I think poke Varus is quite important here. You will need to be standing further backwards, and I think that something like a Ghost Blade can be very important for you, but then again, you need anti-tank damage too. Lilia might have to cover that for you. I don't like the idea of an on-hit Varus. We'll track that as we go through. Into game. BLG again. They win this series. They lock top 4. And so we head into battle once again. Top Esports fell easily in game 1, might I say. Dare I say it. Our top team within the LPL, maybe not able to get towards that 16 mark, which BLG so confidently hit in spring of last year and the summer of the year before that. Their regular seasons have typically been very good. Let's see if the crowds have got anything more to give their teams.
30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Was that a hand wall? Or So some defensive wards put down. We'll spot that entrance towards the jungle. No one cleared any wards at the first level. Any interesting... Oh, it is the on-hit. It is on-hit, Elk. Okay. Don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like on-hit for the Varus. I really feel like you need to be able to stay safe. The on-hit Varus not going to get... Hang on, is there a flash forwards from Crisp here? Not going to hit the hook. Knight knows he's safe behind that wall. We'll be able to get one ward down here. Nautilus, typically very good at invading like this. Good arrow across 3 people, gets some damage down. No jungler coming over. Crisp will have his hook back up there. Currently tanking the blue buff, which isn't helping right now. Knight put down. Is there a smite going to come in range in time? Not quite. Going to start hard resetting. That means that Beichuan gets a bit of a lead. Arrow back into late. And Crisp and Jackie, they've taken way too much damage from this 1v1. Crash down over. But Kanavi's back over the wall. But the Ignite down. On hit's going to help a little bit. Remember that Varus resets are really nasty. Kanavi gets one camp. But now look at this. Beichuan down into the bot side of the map. The steal takes so long. And the buff resets. That Kanavi's very far behind. And they very nearly lose themselves a kill as well. On loses both summoners, but I don't think they care that much about it. I guess with Chris being able to pop his pots, he can start threatening hooks, but let's see what Beichuan can do with potentially a lead on the jungle clear.
Oh, could be his best champion. How are you all doing, folks?
Doing alright, doing alright.
Alrighty then. So, Jackie doing his best here on a Jhin that he has kind of grown to be pretty proficient on over the last year in a lot of ways. We've seen a lot of success from him, particularly in the winter split.
I mean, he carried a game versus T1 on the champion. Back at Worlds last year. I mean, the quarterfinals were awful, but this group stage, the Swiss stage game versus T1, he didn't even use his flash once in that game, and he slaughtered the eventual world champions, despite falling to them later on. T1, as they often had to do, scaled up through the tournament after a bit of a more rocky start. BLG in this game have given top esports a rocky start themselves. Beichuan, as you were saying, I think arguably between this and his buy-ins to Juani, those 3 champions to say are his best champions in general. And he has the ability to do a lot of damage to the likes of that Sion, typically so impervious in that front line. But I think in a game like this, when you have Yone and Lilia and the on-hit Varus, you do need to be careful about your positioning for 369, but that's rarely something which I'm worried about for 369.
Our eyes on it. So far, so good. The tank v tank matchup was something that 369 kind of convinced Bin to finally change his carry ways. He doesn't play carries anymore or anything like that, but of course, in 2023 in particular, it just felt like Bin could never get an edge over 369 because 369 always had this additional facet to his play. The Ornn was one of 369's specials, ironically, and Bin here. I think a bit of a rough time of it early, but hey, welcome to Sion thing.
Because 369, any tank was his thing for a long time. It was actually very surprising to me that in World's quarterfinals, if we bring up that tournament last year, was so poor on the Galio when he picked it up. Beichuan going to be forced off his Raptors now. Knight actually coming over to potentially help take away, secure some of those Raptors. Kanavi, though, still manages to get ahead of the individual jungle matchup. The invade has still worked out for him, despite the fact that Beichuan manages to recover most of his bot side quadrant. When Kanavi was looking towards it. Knight's looking for a reset anyway. It doesn't matter too much, really. The Qs were blocked by the minions too. Just an on trading HP bar in this bot side.
Jackie throws out an auto there. That's about it. As Knight unbinding up, but goes straight across the unraveled earth. He gets shunted back again. Ow. Does want to look for that reset, but still being kept in lane here as the wave keeps getting shoved. Cream's a little low on the mana front though. They might both be looking for that reset, and then there's still second wind.
Second wind Dord shield.
Yeah.
This is why mid laners hate playing against Yone. You can get a good trade, but you have mana. He doesn't. And he has a bunch of regen before you have the ability to one-shot him. Knight will be able to stay actually for an extra wave now, knowing that Cream does not have the mana. Despite him being a little bit down in CS before this point, still gets a perfectly fine first reset of the game. And that's with him helping out his jungle on the Raptors too. And of course in the level 1 where the invade came through.
Bit of a clear discrepancy currently, though, worth noting, for the side of Kanavi. I don't know who picked up the scuttle crabs. Does look like initially there was one in Baseline, but Chris, that was a little dicey. Ended up hooking the turret, throws out the moat, knows that one was a bit of a mess up.
Oopsies. By the way, Zaref, thank you so much for the resub. 9 months in the channel. Damn, it's a hell of a long time. Beitran actually
60 more to go, mate.
Beitran spotted out the... the ward for there was a ward by Beitran spotted out, sweeper from Beitran was spotted out a ward in his jungle, choosing to keep up his clear speed, knows that the dragon is still on the other side. The most valuable thing you have as a jungler is time. Kanavi last game didn't use it effectively because Elkanon absorbed the 2v3s very well earlier on. Beitran trying to get the most out of this by walking to the enemy top side now. Kanavi gets that dragon kill, but Beitran, because he ignored that ward, could have killed it for the minimal extra gold, can potentially go up here and take a camp. Crisp is coming up, but there is a smite, we'll take it away, and there's no contest.
Should be able to get the Scuttle Crab respawn here as well, but Crisp being around makes it a bit dicier.
Because there's Cream with ultimate too. This is where actually the game gets a little bit difficult. He doesn't have the smite now. That's why Ornn's coming down, but you have Sign here anyway. This is a very dangerous play.
Nice body block, but in comes the Weaver's wall, knocked up by the decimated fast Beitran. Still got the flash, may need to pop here, flashes it onto the seismic shove, can't quite get far enough over. And Cream on the other side of the wall, there's no way to play that.
It's a predict. He flashes before the icon comes up. It's not even a reaction. It's a complete prediction by Cream. Gets a first kill, doing a lot more work than he did in the previous one. Now Kanavi might be in trouble. So he just used his W. That's a problem.
Onto round, flash, shattering strike, looking to get some damage down. Kanavi in danger. Igniter, so there's no healing. Flashes away for safety. Flash over the seismic shove. Gets that kill. Nice punish. Jungler for jungler. But now Bin in a 2v3, but has the Forge God to summon. Recall over Crisp. And that's a kill for the Ornn. Fate sealed them from Knight, who's looking to punish. Baseline death will not be taken lightly. Trying to get another kill here. The Clash Down has to come on through. And the Soul was rebound. Can't quite secure the kill there on Cream.
That is a very important extra punish. Kanavi massively overstays. I don't think he understood where Ornn was moving on the map. And BLG, when they have looked good, it has been through. Knight and Ornn typically getting involved in plays. Knights, of course, at the end of that play, but not really the star of that one. That was very much on Crisp, coming through to help out his teammate pick up that extra kill. Importantly so, because it means that both junglers end up dying. And that time we said, which is so valuable for them, isn't in one side or the other's advantage. Beitran said, hey, this is potentially his best champion. Doesn't make a good showing of it here. And he flashes before the icon really even starts showing. Doesn't look like it in real time there. Cream, fantastic prediction from him. Secures that kill. As Kanavi just doesn't expect the position there from Ornn. Spots Chris coming through. As the flash, W is used on the Raptors, and the sweeper doesn't quite see him. That is a tight timing.
Nice observing there, bit problematic. And not them flashed over the seismic shove. Cream have been hitting a lot of those. H1 already having fallen, obviously. It was a bit damned if you do, damned if you don't at the back end of it all, but there you go. Crisp caught at the back end of it all, and they bring Crisp down at the end of it.
One of my favorite things about the Ornn is this ult appearing on the minimap. It's very easy to cast it from the minimap itself. Ornn doesn't have flash now. This is going to be the start of the Grubs. Top Esports really angling towards this, though, but Cream's not here just yet.
Be able to pick up that next one. Lilting Lullaby comes down onto two. Kanavi's in danger. Look at Blue Blood, massive seismic shove. Makes it the 1-for-1. Reset comes on through as Kanavi has the bodies to hop through. And keep making it cha-cha slide style because he's got a lot of hops this time. Turnaround is pretty good there as Beitran. A little scary with those Qs. Not a lot of mana on 369. Ends up being...
Cream, an extra flick. You can try and chase down for an extra flick coming through. That's why they have to turn and fight. Flick comes through.
Oh, managed to hold the line there for a long time. And then the decimating smash brings down an additional 2 for the top laner.
Particularly when Talia gets to walk next to a wall like that, she can continue the play. So while it looked like the play was maybe over, Cream knows it's not. And I think everyone knew it wasn't there on the table going, he's going to get in range for another flick. Huge plays by Cream. Cream already getting involved in more kills in 9 minutes than the entirety of the last game. He gets involved very, very importantly at the start of this fight. He's not even here once the initial CC lands. But after the delaying of all of this comes through, if the Q coming through, he gets here in time, double flick over, and Cream makes the difference happen. You get a reset from Kanavi, you can get that Yone Soul flying forwards. You still have the Sion ult beyond this point. BLG, they massively overinvest onto the Grubs.
They try to run away afterwards, just not quite fast enough. Watch Cream here, look how fast he is with that ability to go surfing.
Yeah, and at this point, it's like, we were already like, oh, well, the fight's over. He's going to get the move speed, and they do not have the ability to get out of this one. Extra cooldown comes through, and out. Walks back into it. I think he was actually clean out. He walks just straight right, and then the double smash, double kill.
Have to call it out as well. I feel like in the last 5 minutes, I've seen Cream hit more double pushes than single pushes. Like, the guy just keeps getting multiple people with his seismic shoves.
It's incredible. You know, his Azir last game, not impactful at all. Talia, absolute opposite of that, and BLG are now down 1,500 gold. That is completely opposite of what was happening in this last game, including 1,000 gold lead for top lane. 3-0-2 on the side. Now, BLG do have anti-tank tools, but the tank is going to be much tankier at this point in the game than potentially they are prepared for. Also has a lot more wave clear with an early Hollow Radiance coming through. Been not at his Sunfire Cape item until just now, actually. Decided to use his passive to see that. And now we get to see, okay, BLG, you're playing from behind now. You snowballed well from ahead last game. You're against the 15-2 current top place team in the LPL. You don't get to play these games for free.
Trying to soul the seismic shove hidden slightly by the turret there. Nice little cheeky dent there by Cream. Also note, the bot lane, Jackie's about 20 CS here as a result of some of the waves dropped because of these plays. So feeling very happy on this Jhin. S369 understandably being highlighted right now. That is a mighty sign involved in absolutely everything so far this game.
We'll spot the... Wait, hang on a second. They might go for a play here. They have the ultimate lullaby. Batron gets a triple sleep.
Oh, that could be a problem. Knight can now look for the bait sealed into the backline. Kanavi about to burn out. Massive knock-up. They get everyone. It's beautiful from BLG. What can they do from behind? How about ace the team fight?
Sweet dreams, top esports. Batron is the nightmare steed. Triple sleep from around the corner. Uses the swelled seed to hop over the first target. Hits the two people behind him instead. And just while we were crying, crying wolf, I guess, I feel just like, oh, they got to play from behind this time. They're surely not going to be able to play against, our current top team in the LPL. Because cleanly, as last game, Batron proves us wrong. Difficult early game for him. But this swirl seed over the top is absolutely beautiful. Not spotted up until just now. And the double swirl seed catches out the stack positioning of Jackie and, of course, Kanavi as well. Yone over the top, and they fly into a triple brittle proc into a quadruple knockup. That is monstrous from Bin. 2 years ago, this was the top laner in this duo that could not play tanks. 369 was flaming Bin saying, you just play for yourself. You never play for your team, and that's why I win. That tank play evens the gold up from 1,000 gold advantage to near enough even.
All of those numbers have flipped around. Huge damage from Batron, but of course, that's not bad for a tank. Turning around now as On goes in for that massive Magnet Storm. Spirit Cleave comes on through into a Q3. Chris managed to buffer well through it.
Arrow.
The arrow. Chris in danger. Flash on out. There was the ward there that gave a little bit more knowledge of where he was firing from.
It didn't, but still, Summoner down. Another good play coming through from BLG. Just forcing the HP out of top easel. BLG are masters of this. If you want to learn one of the hallmarks of the LPL style of play, which has fallen a little bit into the wayside now. You go back to a couple of years ago, and it was the LPL scrappy fighting all the time. BLG still hold on to that for this reason. By taking enough HP off of the person, they have to leave the map. By taking a summon off of something, you can't use it for the next objective fight. BLG take chunks of HP bars to force you back. They take summoners, and they take abilities with long cooldowns as win conditions, smaller ones in themselves. And in that play there, just being able to get the cooldown off of Chris, the HP so they can't go for the invade, they consider that a win as long as they don't over-invest into it.
Saw the gold graph on the bottom of your screen there as well. Bit of an EKG, that one. That is a heart attack of a drop-off.
Yeah. And it's just insane from Batron and Bin. The triple sleep, quadruple knockup. BLG playing so much better in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game than they've done for the entirety of this split. This is what they were trying to rekindle. Batron said in interviews, look, I'm just going to make aggressive plays so the rest of the team can tag on because they're good enough players, and this is me kind of, my interpretation on from that point. But he was saying, look, I'm just going to make aggressive plays to make sure it's easier to follow. BLG have good enough laning phases, they have good enough mechanics to make those openings work. They've always been like that. They've been a team through Knight, Bin, the magical plays from Elkanon as well at peak as well, which can kind of break the rules a little bit, where you look at a composition and go, yeah, they're probably losing this, but somehow they still make it work. That can still be an issue sometimes, because you get false flags to say this is a good draft. No, it's not always. They don't always make that work. Knight has a turret to fall back to, doesn't have flash.
Nice. Q3 in a dream. Try and get over the wall, does so. Ties up the seismic shove. Where's the fate sealer? They're teleporting down for him. No, they're not. He's going to try and do a bit of damage here in the 1v3, though. Tricky position. The fate sealer solid gets out of the R as well, but then still the depth charge available, and he can't run far enough away.
He buys a lot of time, but it's not enough to stop them from heading towards the tower. Top Esports will have their reset onto the Yone. It goes a little bit too far. Did he buy enough time for any cross map to come through? No, not really. There's a mid lane push. The Herald goes down. Okay, so the Herald... sorry. The Herald hasn't started, so he hasn't bought enough time to make a difference on that point. Cream, you know, credit to him again, still being very active in this early game. Does mean that Kanavi's not on this top side of the map for the feats of strength to go down, which will be the third objective of this Herald being taken. Potentially that being slammed into mid lane turret a little later.
Well, Bacon's going to do that thing where he presses Q a lot on Lilia. Takes that, and that is indeed the feats of strength. All the while, Bin gets a wave shove top, so buying 3 people's time and all their ultimates will be enough, I think, for Knight to be okay with the death there, as frustrating as it was. And I'll give him credit for dodging as much as he could there. And all the while, we now find ourselves in a mid-game where BLG have managed to earn themselves a minor gold lead. And I do mean minor hits, only 100 to 200. And again, did get mitigated again a little bit by the fact that that turret went down bot side as well. But they are in a convenient enough position to play the game out, as 369 is a little trapped between a potential...
He has flash and ult. It's just, in this kind of position, again, this is where we return back to the conversation which we've been having all split. Look, folks, this is a bit meta at this point. Dragon spawning in a minute, I know we'll have to talk about that too. One of the biggest things we can do as a pseudo broadcast, and this is what you would have learned if we were, you know, a professional broadcast on an LPL channel, broadcast on Esports. We want to give you easy takeaways for the region, for the teams, and for the players. For the region, the thing which I've been really talking about for the last year, really, has been about cooldown economy in the LPL. Typically, teams play around Dragon timers. LS has been talking about this on Twitter, saying, hey, 5 minutes of Doom, everyone plays for the Dragon timer. I will dominate. Myself and others say, okay, LPL doesn't always do that. We have teams like BLG within this region, sometimes Weibo or Invictus Gaming as well, which will play for a chunk of your HP. They'll play for a summoner, they'll play for a cooldown, and that can allow them extra options around fights, which you wouldn't have if you didn't blow that beforehand. Stuff like Chris not having flash up until this moment, it opened up other opportunities. Dragon has now spawned, and BLG have all of their flashes available to them, and in this case, Chris has the flash back up. So actually, the cooldown economy has come back to even, but BLG were fighting hard to see if they could get an advantage up until this point. Couldn't quite do so. Now have to fight evenly with all ults and all summoners.
Well, Seed lands. Doesn't get propped there into a lilting lullaby from the oven. Can you give this dragon up? Would rather play instead, I suspect, for a bit of mid lane pressure, a bit of Herald to work with. So it's not going to lead to all that much. Ben's going to head towards that bot side. Beitwan debating, looking to see whether there's any camps to steal on his way down here. As Knight's also around, and they have got the Herald to work with. They can make this a pretty aggressive shove.
They don't have to use the Herald. Now if they do use that, now the problem is they need to kill this turret before the Herald goes down, because the Herald actually does a lot less damage to the first target. Yeah, you can charge into the second turret, because actually you need to kill this before it goes down. Try and use the Taliyah, but it's dodged away from.
Nice.
Good driving, Beitwan, and that's a lot of damage. The first hit does more damage from the Herald now, but the second and onwards do less. So they use that first hit well to quickly get a huge chunk out of that bot side turret.
Good value there. A little bit of damage back onto Knight, who ended up going across the unraveled earth just briefly, but turret secured. A nice play there to get even more damage down. All the while, we are now looking with the mid game, where, as we said, BLG have managed to eke themselves a lead. I think it's a little dicey after Sion and crew got some good stuff around the Grubs fight. Not anywhere near done, of course. Top Esports can make this a competitive game as yet. Well, it has been the entire time. I'm just glad it's not seeing BLG fall away from the play.
Yeah, for sure. I think BLG with that comeback fight on bot side makes this an interesting game again. Knight is not going to get hit by that hook. Uses that ult, reaction ult, just saying, okay, that was bloody close enough, but loses that ult for a hook from Chris. Well, didn't need to. You understand the mindset of it. Much better to press that ult and not need it than not press it. And absolutely needed to at that point.
Finds a lot of wards in the bush, and still will clear some of them out. Is Cream, who does get that turret. Of course, the second turret now done for Top Esports. And again, when you've got the Taliyah, when you've got the Sion, you've just got that slightly bigger range to play with in terms of your response timers with teleport and ults to work.
So, even in gold, again, just within 300 gold. I love to see this now, because for me, I was saying before the game, I think that Top Esports team work a lot better when the game is a little slower, and I think, actually, in slower games, they get to move around the map and you know, respond to plays, are the best macro team within the LPL. I think Anyone's Legend can sometimes be up there too, but I think that Anyone's Legend are more about their, like, very tricksy macro with slick lane assignments and kind of like plays from out of Fog of War, and etc. Top Esports, I think they are better at the typical meticulous form of macro, the vision control as well. They're very high level, which means that even when they throw in early games sometimes, as they have done against some below tier teams, even though they are 15-2, it's not been without some worries, they've been able to walk away with winning games. BLG, they will now have to contend with that from the even playing field.
Look like that'll be the case as Beitwan cleans up a little bit more of these camps and is beginning to a very scary point on this Lilia. Of course, we'll note as well, Kanavi, the way he's building, is going to be this crit build. This tends to go into an Immortal Shield Bow as the second item. Get yourself 50% crit, and you get yourself to a pretty scary point. Because remember, your ult does do quite a lot of damage when you get some crits here. I believe it's even got some crit scaling or something to it as well.
Your ult and your Q have crit scaling, which is why the Collector and the Triforce are often quite good. I will say, though, on the whole, Collector does fall off quite hard. You know, even if you build it as second item, feels pretty crap. First item, fine. Really is that second item where you'd much rather have a more reminder or Lord Armor's Regality on that point. Ultimate through. Cream does have flash, might have to use it, doesn't so far.
Gets in danger as he gets Shattering struck. The seismic shove not enough, but the Mankstorm keeps him in place. Goes down afterwards, double kill. Over to Elka, the Fate Seal came on through. They murder everyone who turns up, and 369 is here. He's got to clear this wave, nothing else I can do.
Oh, bloody hell, the front line's not there. He's just trying to clear the wave. He can ult out to safety, but BLG, they pounce quickly. And top Esports, who we were saying so good at meticulous, slower macro, fall apart to a quick play from BLG, which they can't respond to in time. The snap engage tools from BLG were absolutely clutch there. H1 been the architect of the big fights coming through. 369 stops there being a wave to push in towards the top lane turret that easily, but it's a lot of gold from kills. It's an Aztecan going down, which gives them some value. And once again, top Esports caught out of position this time. Cream flashes early. I saw it on the hop, but I saw it in live. It's like, oh, it's still up. That turns out it was just before that point. Can't escape beyond that point. Sleep comes through. Ult comes afterwards from Knight. You can get into Melanie, which doesn't actually end up catching, you know, the person at the back end of that. But hey, he's got auto attacks for that one. And BLG walk away with another huge fight.
That is a big, big moment. Feels like these wombos are becoming really difficult for top Esports to manage, especially if the phalanx isn't arrayed in the proper formation. 25 seconds on Dragon. Atakan was taken by BLG. Noting as well, of course, Baron not spawning for a few minutes yet, so if there is going to be another fight, it might be around the Dragon. But hey, of course, when it's time for top Esports side, they might just want to say, no, we're going to take it quiet for a moment or two.
Another important factor of this series, and this is more of a mental one, and more about, hang on a second, Mike can engage through here, he's in stop, so it's fine. BLG winning this series means there is only one team in the entire LPL that has a 2-0 head-to-head against them. That'll be JDG. H1 in spot 369 catches out Crisp pick. Could actually go for a double sleep if he wants. Gets caught out by that Jin W. Not doing that much damage to the time right now, which is a little bit worrying. Now suddenly been caught out a little bit. Gets caught out of that E as well. Dragon started.
Dragon started. I think it's just about finished. There we go. Overruns Base right now. The corner four's got his summon interrupted though, and a seismic shove afterwards comes on through. Bin now in danger. Will manage to get the Bella's breath a bit of time as Base on the backside gets the sleep. Kanavi tries to buffer his way through it with the Heartbreaker, but he's about to die. Call the Magnet Storm. Burning does finally fall. The reset comes on through as both junglers die. Trying to find some more damage. The shots just wide, and Ben just keeps dodging. Finally brought low. Is this another 1-for-1? The Yone traded out with Chris Bin, though, on the wrong side of this. Could potentially break the wall to escape, but I'm not sure there's that much further we can go. He's in a 1v3 while Searing charge forwards.
I mean, hang on, wait, if they overchase, they'll lose mid-turret. It might end up being an extra kill. The slow comes down. He'll have another unstoppable coming after this point. They're going to take mid-turret because Bin's taken so goddamn long to die.
He can keep charging away. Sion's found him. I think he probably does die here eventually. He does a decent amount of work buying time, but mid-turret for that is fine. 2 for 3, and you get a turret, and you get a dragon.
Exactly. With Bin dying, it's an extra kill added on to top Esports. They get the 3 kills, BLG get the 2, but it's a mid lane turret, which opens up a huge portion of the map. Of course, BLG have not lost their own there as well. They have their mid lane outer turret, and they get themselves onto Ocean Soul points, with Zhonya's going to be coming through on Base 1. Very valuable having Zhonya's plus Ocean Soul, and the Ornn, which, as we've just apparently seen, evidently takes a long time to die. Another great swell seed from Base 1. Allows him to potentially come through with a big sleep. I actually wonder whether he should have pulled that through there, but I guess with the cleanse on the Jhin, it feels a little less valuable. The CC chain onto Ornn is disgusting. However, don't actually end up killing him afterwards as easily, right? Beitron and On. I think there's a bit of a mistake there as Beitron steps back into the play and On is not body blocking the hook. I think if Nautilus hooks the Rel instead, I'm pretty sure that Beitron kills him with an extra Q. So maybe a bit of a mid-fight mistake there from On and Beitron to communicate against each other as Knight flew in at the end of that play, trades in a 1-for-1, caught out with the CC as he went in for the kill.
So, leads us with BLG, with Soul Point, that extra turret. Gold within touching distance, only 2 or so thousand just shy of, really, for BLG in the lead. So, there, but not exactly uncouch-upable. unthrowable, maybe perhaps the correct term, as I used a word that didn't exist in the English language, but there we go. We love to make up new words here on the channel. Wards being fought over here in BLG's red side jungle, because next on the docket will likely be something like Baron. Grab up now, it's unavailable. Kanavi looking for a Smite hit, but the Chase of Corruption! It was blind! He's going to go down surely here, and they've just lost their jungler and Baron's alive. You've got a Lilia and an on-hit Varus.
BLG have been putting top esports over the barrel with all of their quick engage tools, whether it's a Magnet Storm, whether it's an Ornn, a Sleeper, in this case the Chains of Corruption. BLG have been holding top esports and their sloppy positioning to account. Now with no Viego, no resets, no jungler, they are in a difficult spot.
You've got 2 on-hit carries plus a Lilia. Baron will get melted. They're going to try and play one out. Into the backline goes Knight, who gets absolutely popped by Jackie. The problem is the rest of the fight don't look so pretty. 369 goes down and turned into a zombie. Beatron hopping on 40, so damn fast. Tries to get some damage, put back by Chris, and he just goes down. Tries to keep chasing onto Crisp and Jackie, and Chris just says, no, you don't.
Why is the rest of BLG taking the scuttle grab if Beatron wants to go for the kills? What should have been a clean Baron, a clean Dragon kill, rather, with the other one. The jungler kill into a Baron, or at least the team fight after, actually ends up being, what, 3 for 2, all things said and done, because Beatron goes too far. Clearly a miscommunication with the rest of the team, who was stuck taking Scuttle Crab.
I hate to see exactly how that end play went, because it looked like a fine moment for Beatron to keep going forwards, but everyone else just stopped.
Well, that's the thing. It becomes a not fine moment if your team's not there with you. So yes, I think it was fine to go for the kills as long as the team is there. So there was a ward. So it's not, no, it's not blind. He kills the ward, and there's still a vision onto him because the dying ward still gives him that, the orc to attack onto it. So, was on vision, didn't look like it necessarily in live play. We do have Ornn items coming through for BLG. It's worth noting they're ahead in gold and in terms of the stats from that, and they have the feats of strength too. So, they have a lot of extra gold, which is not visible on the scoreboard at the top. Baron started again, but this time it's full 5, and Knight wants to kill Cream!
He's going to keep autoing. He's dead. Gets stunned up briefly at the back end of it all, but that's just an important solo kill. Knight breaking the back of Cream.
The 5th time, I would say, 5th, maybe 6th time, where top esports are actually in an okay spot to contest somewhere on the map, and the quick engage tool from BLG completely forces them into the gutter. Knight, this time the architect of top esports' demise, will not spot the members of Kanavi and 369 trying to catch him out on the sideline, but this is what they've been reduced to. Smoke and mirrors around. Fits the brush. He's going to find them in that brush, and will quickly find a Q coming out of it. BLG onto the Baron. There is a smite this time. Kanavi can ult over the wall to get into the pit.
Ben gets interrupted mid-call, the Forge God again, but that means it's time to turn around now onto Chris. He does get a decent depth charge, all the while still looking for another Q3. Gets that Morton steal through the backline. Beatron continuing to blooming blow people. Jackie doing his best to play the nuts. Kanavi does get the reset. Still going to be slept apart as he will not get another one. Tried to play it out as the shots from Jackie get a bit scary. Smoked, hit with that Q. Watch out, eat. And he eviscerates the enemy player. We always knew it was an acronym.
BLG will kind of muddle their way towards the Baron, but they have basically just realized at some point in this game, all right, doesn't really matter if we throw it at the Baron. We will find another quick pick attempt. They've been very, very clinical in finding ways to put top esports into 4v5s after quickly picking someone off with so many fed members. Elk's ult, Knight's ult, and every single member at this point. I'm not going to list off all of them. You can see them on your screen. And after this, Death Timer on their jungler. No Dragon after this point too. It's going to be an Ocean Soul to BLG. Stacks up his Q on the Krugs, gets the knock-up, gets the ult afterwards, and Cream is just well out of position, goes way too close to Fog, where it can be hard positioning like that against the Yone. Knight finds that quick pick, and then suddenly, well, you 4v5 with that one of your biggest damaging members.
Got a little bit dicey at the back end of it all, especially with things like the Forge God getting interrupted. But still, so much consistent damage with this squad, and sure, you managed to hook one member briefly. The depth charge is nice, but this Jin hasn't found a good moment to really get involved, and Kanavi will get a reset in this fight. You just can't keep bouncing. Imagine how much easier it would be if you had your Talia here. A big important part of that damage profile as Elk gets that passive stack nice and fast on the Varus. The flash on out from the Heartbreaker meant no ability to pop him from high HP.
Can I just say as well, this is the case with this game, maybe a little bit of last game too. Free 369 rather. 369.
Yeah.
This game has been utterly sublime on his positioning on the side. He's been trying his goddamn best. The only gold lead here. I think 369 has been very, very good in this game. It's just not mattered. Top esports caught out of position far too many times, despite a very good start from Cream on the Talia, who caught out a lot of people from position. 369 still trying to play the smoke and mirrors, trying to get an ult into the backline, be a bit weird in regards to his ability to walk up and catch one. By the way, that's an upgraded Molten Edge onto Knight, by the way. They can potentially ult towards him. He doesn't have a flash. He has a Q. Just get out. Stacks his Q. Knight playing very safely, respectfully, and the long-term plan of 369 rather falls apart as the tower falls in the mid lane.
Looking then in the jungle as well. Look at the difference between the Lilia and the Viego. 3-6-2. Knavi's not had a great day, has he? See this occasionally from this player, where if things start going wrong, he often looks for the risky plays to get back in. It can just start looking a little bit silly. We've seen it on the Viego perhaps more than most champions.
BLG have stamped their authority a little as they sound the clarion call, get on towards Cream, no flash, ults on top of him, dead Celia.
People might have stopped going to the temple, but these have always been the old gods of the LPL of late. And let's be real, when you're calling Forge Gods top esports, don't look like they have a spear of Longinus between them. They are going to have to manage their base being broken in multiple locations. 4v5 again because Cream is dead. Nexus turret between BLG and a 2-0 victory over the #1 team in the LPL.
Ocean Soul, 5 versus 4, no Talia. They have ults left and Knight. God damn, that's a lot of damage.
He is so damn scary. 369 flashed away. Crashed down Magnet Storm. The Ferromancy. And BLG prove their mettle. And they can mold it to their will. They will go 2-0 and do so in BLG fashion. With blood, with fury, and with a hands check galore.
BLG will lock themselves top 4 in Group Ascend and guarantee a playoffs position for themselves. The rest of the teams with Invictus Gaming this applying to as well, who are fighting for that last spot, will have to play part of the play-in to get towards the double elimination part of the LPL bracket. BLG, they have changed their jungler, they have changed their coach, way out. Maokai as the coach, out. And they have walked away from Group Ascent now with at least a 1-1 record versus every team in Group Ascent besides JDG, who are the sole team to hold a 2-0 series head-to-head against them. BLG, they are mounting a recovery and a climb towards the top of the LPL again. They just beat the top of the LPL. Again, top esports will leave with a 15-3 record rather than the 16-2 they came into today looking for.
But speaking of looking for, we are the casters you're looking for. Hello, I am Initialise. That is Nymaera. We have been live on their channel here on twitch.tv/Nymaera_. You may also have found us over on the YouTube Nymaera channel. You may also have found us in a third location, namely Onivia, who has been collaborating with us to bring a restream out there as well. So hello to all 3 chats. We've got you all up. It's lovely to see you here. We cast the LPL pretty much every day of the week, with very occasional exceptions, to be factually correct. But it does mean we've covered pretty much every game you care to mention for the LPL, and we are so grateful for all the support you guys have given us over the last few weeks and months. Thank you for coming and supporting us. If you can, like, comment, subscribe on the YouTube, does make a huge deal. If you want a super chat, consider doing that as well. Also then for the twitch.tv/Nymaera, this is a little thing called a Twitch Prime sub. You get a free sub every month. Consider dropping it here for us. It does help keep us in business because, again, there is no official broadcast anymore. There is no official funding anymore. We are reliant on the goodwill of the community to keep doing what we're doing. So for those of you who can subscribe, consider it the cost of the coffee, the cost of your entertainment. It's only once a month. You're not even buying the coffee once a day, and you get to keep us in business.
And yeah, what we will give you for this is coverage of the LPL as much as we can do. We take a couple of days off every now and then because it's just the 2 of us trying to cover this. But you get 1440p LPL video. You get some pretty good casting as well from us as well, and hopefully you enjoy it as well. And yeah, I mean, we're getting towards the end of the regular season. We'll be coming back for playoffs, of course, trying to get as much coverage out there too. In fact, I got a message this morning if we could actually... Look, we'll actually see whether we can do this. Alec Battery was basically saying, is there a way that we could share a desk for LPL finals? Go do our own coverage and then come together for the actual desk. We'll see whether technically it's possible, but that could be really cool.
Oh, it would be awesome. I'd love to work a bit more closely with the LPL industry. Yeah, they're such cool people.
Yeah, and I got to work, Alec Battery came on to work on the broadcast in 2023 a little bit as well, so that was cool. So we'll see what we can do with that. We're trying to cook some stuff up, but regardless of who you're supporting, of course, we'd love it to be us. Just support your LPL streamers because otherwise... Games like this, lessons that you learn about the players and the teams, which you might value at points, I hope you do. It's much harder to come by. Things like, branding of these teams, Weibo, consistently inconsistent, BLG, the only skirmishing gods, and you know, many stories like Bin versus 369 as a rivalry in top lane and so many other things. It's harder to get that information to people who watch less LPL. Now, if you watch the LPL, you've probably heard that over many years. In a couple of years' time, if there's no broadcast, it's much harder to learn about that. Not every co-streamer is going to watch all of these games. We will try and do all of our games here. It's all possible. And yeah, and hopefully you value this as well. So we're going to spend time with our parents after this, basically. BLG, goddamn, it's good to see them playing like this again. Are they completely clean with their gameplay? No, there were a couple of mistakes in
Some
it too,
mid-game decision-making around fights, perhaps a little over-eager in both games.
You know, I mean, we're going to get the post-game stats here, and Jesus Christ, that's a lot of damage from Elk. Elk had a very good series today. Now, trying to think, I still think On is my player of the game, you know. I think On was absolutely insane on the Rel.
I see it for Ben as well. I think his On was really good.
I think it's either On or Elk. Elk playing the On hit Varus and never being under threat is insane. He died once versus this team as an On hit Varus. That is insane. I still think On with his engages was absolutely critical to the way they played this game, though.
But it's just very telling that these players and this team are very different beasts when they get to play aggressively. Their issue will be tempering it, honing it, making sure it is more efficient, more ruthless with the aggression. But they are just such a different beast when you can make plays like this, where you punish this overstep. You're so willing and ready to go for it. And watch this knock up here from Bin. Have you seen a better Ornn charge? Absolutely glorious. And again, there's still some issues where we go, what was that mid-game fight? Why did you take it? Or, maybe we didn't need to step this aggressively here. We could have said no, rather than yes to yet another fight. But the important thing is that BLG are able to take some of these plays and win them in a way that they were really struggling to do identity-wise, if nothing else, earlier on in the split.
Yeah, so I guess we'll stick around to see who MVP is. We'll radio over to someone. I'm guessing you're not streaming today, Sam.
No, I will not be.
Really good from BLG to lock their playoff spot, but also I really think that head-to-head makes a lot of difference. You know, even if IG win tomorrow now, they'll still have minimum 1-to-1 head-to-head versus every team besides JDG in the LPL, which is really important. It just shows that, you know, despite them having some rough parts of form, they can recover very, very effectively and potentially walk away with a win against anyone in the LPL again. I recall Freak trying to sell us on China as a region so many years ago. In Season 3 Worlds, he was the guy saying, yeah, OMG, great team. And he was obviously correct about that too. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I remember when, you know, when the World Season 3 and 4 particularly, I think, maybe Season 5 as well, although I think it started with the LPL broadcast starting up at that point. It was a little bit different. You know, Freak was the guy that was selling us on OMG and Starhorn Royal Club and stuff like that going into Season 3 Worlds and Season 4 Worlds. But people didn't really know enough besides just, oh, Uzi's really good. Or in the case of Season 4, well, Name's meant to be really good and stuff like that. It's really important to have those moments to say, look, these teams are good. And this is the reason why. It's not just, oh, this team's good. It's like, so I can talk to you about BLG and say, well, okay, they're really good with snap engage tools. They will make you have quick reaction times on the map. They basically, BLG do this thing called a macro pop quiz. They will turn up somewhere on the map and you have about 4 or 5 seconds to respond appropriately. Otherwise you'll fall behind the map, lose kills, lose positioning on the map. That's a credit to them. Thank you, Off the Grid. Thank you, and thank Harmony Guy as well. MVP, Bin gets MVP on the Ornn. The quadruple knockup was good.
It was definitely my my potential vote for it. I thought him and Beige one were pretty solid options.
He was, I'm not going to say he had a bad game. He did have a lot of ults cancelled, but he cast them in the right place to force someone out of position to cancel them. For me, it's on. Look, this quad knockup is very hard to argue against. Like, this is an insane quad knockup.
Genuinely turns the whole game around, remember? Because they were like 6-2 down.
Yeah, this play was it. However, nuts. I will say, This play is actually won by Beitron's triple swell seed. This is just after everyone's blown the summoners.
This was also really good just after, to be fair, to catch people out on the snap.
This was great. However, again, a lot of this was also On being there too. I mean, yes, look, he was good. I would have given it to On. I think On or Beitron were... Well, Beitron had a bit of a rougher early game, but I think On was probably deserving a bit more for me.
Oh, he gets the knock up onto Jackie there as well. Okay, not bad. That's a pretty good call of the Forge Guards. Gets another knock up. Okay, you know what? Good team fight from him there as well. Oh, he's also the one that catches Cream out at the end, Lamar. Okay. Yeah, nice combos from Bin. Though I grant you, team effort. I think On would have been a worthy call. That's fair. Even Beitron probably not out of exactly consideration as another potential thought. See what the vote split was. Oh, it's a whole vote. 8 out of 8 for Bin.
I am very surprised at that. Now that I'm surprised at. Now, look, I think Bin still had a pretty good game, but no. I think On was absolutely spectacular. I think that, yeah. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Sometimes things happen like that. We're going to leave it there, folks. If you're watching on YouTube, auf Wiedersehen. And thank you for joining us.
See you guys around.
And if you're on Twitch, we'll